get your information. For the food to be passion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV, spoon. Spoon entertainment. For the spoon to get your information. For the spoon to be spoon,
The CEO stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right in the south man. Charges on the beat.
For the spoon to get your information. For the spoon to be passion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah,
For the spoon to get your information. For the spoon to be passion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
And your boy guided the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy guided the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be my
Okay, folks.
spoon, spoon, spoon television.
Don't to spoon
Spoon,
to be part of our discussion, to know what is happening in Liberia, to know what's happening at the ministry, at the agencies,
Liberia.
to know what the policymakers are doing,
Spoon gonna tell you
to know
what's happening in Morovia.
the real issues in the country,
Gonna tell you
to get the update, to get the analysis,
just to the spoon.
to get diverse views on the trending national issues. Just tune to Spoon. And of course, Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online, Spoon Talk, is back.
To spoon.
Welcome to a brand new week,
Know what is happening in Morovia.
the first Monday in March,
Politicians.
the start of the first quarter of the year, at the start of the last month of the first quarter of the year. We in March already. It seemed like yesterday when we sang Happy New Year, we not that.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to be here tonight. I'd like to welcome all of you to today's edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. As always, we are live across Liberia on the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We are live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and several other frequencies across the country. Many thanks to our partner radio stations that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bong. Thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew. Radio Yalaman is all the way there in Saclipi in Nimba County. We appreciate the folks for always relaying the program. Many thanks to the folks in Margibi County, right next door, Gibi FM. Sometimes will relay the program. We appreciate all of you for making sure that Liberians are informed, irrespective of where they are, that they can get the information in real time. And thanks to our online audience, as always, we're streaming live across our social media handles, Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Thanks to the many of you joining us via our different social media handles. We're also on YouTube. So in case you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube, but you're not on Facebook, you can still watch the program because we are live on our YouTube handle, Spoon Talk Live. That's where you can find us. If you went to YouTube and just search Spoon Talk Live, you're gonna watch this edition of the program and all other editions, all the previous editions of Spoon Talk. We want to welcome you tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. Kindly share the program as you join us tonight. It's going to be a very informative show, very engaging, very fascinating. As always, analytical, and you just can't afford to miss this edition of Spoon Talk. Kindly share the program as you join us tonight. Please share the show across your different social media handles, because I see Dr. Richardson is already here. Let me go in the background and welcome Dr. Richardson. Welcome to the show. It's good to see you, and it's good to have you on tonight.
Nelson, it's awesome to be here today. I want to say hello to the Liberian people. This is another great start of the week, and we are going to provide the information for you and to you And we're happy that you'll be able to contribute and participate in the discussion. But Nelson, it's really good to see you. I'm happy to be here. I was off for the past couple of days. I didn't feel
Yeah.
well. Yeah, I wasn't well. So,
Oh
but it's
wow.
good to be,
Sorry
yeah,
about that.
yeah,
I'm glad that you're recovering gradually. That you're
yeah.
on tonight.
Hmm. Yes. Not the type of person to lay in bed, I get sicker if I do. So, I'm trying to do my best to follow the doctor's rule, even though my husband keeps telling me, you shouldn't do this. Are you supposed to be lifting this? And my grandson who doesn't
Hmm.
care, he doesn't have that, knowledge, internalized knowledge that his mom's sick. His mama is sick. So he's like, come mama, lift me up. I want to sit next to you. And I forget that I'm not supposed to be lifting him up, and I'll lift him up and I'm like, oops, I just broke the rule. Yeah. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's good to be out here. Our country is always interesting. A lot of fascinating things that are going on. I definitely heard about the protest, so I know you guys will be telling me about that. Uh,
Hmm.
yeah,
Hmm.
I think I saw you somewhere this when you were at the Capitol building this morning, right?
Yeah. I was at the Capitol building early this morning. Somewhere around 9
Mm-hmm.
a.m. And then from there, uh, we joined the coverage with the protesters. I actually joined in from Capitol Hill, and
Mm-hmm.
then marched with them up to the U.S. Embassy in near Monrovia, and then we walked back at Capitol Hill, and yes, from there I decided to make my way back. So it's
So
been
you got exercise for the day. I will tell
oh,
you
I
that.
can say I don't even know how I wake up tomorrow morning because I've never worked. I've never done that kind of walking for a very long time, and the guys were running, and so once you get a camera or you own a camera or you get a microphone, you gotta run alongside the guys,
Of
So
course.
it
Oh
was
my
a whole
goodness.
exercise today,
Yeah.
and yeah, but
Yeah. You know,
it,
um, Nelson, that just reminds me um about the ordeal that I was going through this week. In
mm,
this part of the world that we live in order for them to even just check any part of your body, you have to go to different specialists to make sure that everything is okay. So, I've been pretty healthy, exercising. In fact, just
mhm,
before I came on, I have a home bike, I have a treadmill, that I can just get on
okay,
and exercise. So I usually I've been fairly good, and I was an athlete when I was much younger. So I
okay,
go, yeah, yeah. I played kickball, basketball, and then
hmm.
field hockey when I came to the United States. But so I go,
I
get
see
ready.
you say you got some videos. So when you used to play the kickball and the basketball, you were just telling me you say you got some videos.
I see you there. I know one day he's out of America, and next day he's out of Liberia. So Liberia is leaving, so I can't even fuck no more.
Mhm.
So anyway, so I go get ready for the procedure, and then they said they're sending you to go see a cardiologist. I'm like, what do I need to see a cardiologist? My heart is good every time I go. My heart rate is
Mhm.
good. But this is what they need to do. It's such an interesting thing to see in developed countries. Like your heart gotta be right because nobody wants to take responsibility if they put you, if you have to go get,
Mhm.
procedure, and then your heart is not right, and or something happens to you, you can sue, your family can sue. So I was just confused, the whole cardiologist business. I was like, no, but luckily everything turned out to be great. But so that whole running, that exercising, that's good for your heart. Okay, that's the
Oh
thing
yeah,
we're here today. Therefore, how
yeah,
you running?
and yeah, it was a good one. I didn't struggle to catch my breath till we got up Mabam Point right before the U.S. embassy. Then I realized that it was a whole physical activity all by itself, but
That hill
it
is
was
high.
good. Yeah, yeah,
That hill is high. I mean, is that the hill where you can just look on top and see, like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, okay, that hill is high. When I was in Monrovia, I used to see people exercising. They would go run up, run down, run. I said, Jesus, that I don't know how many
And they
times I
still
ran.
do it. They still do
Wow.
it every day at about 4 5 p.m. up to
Mhm.
6 p.m. You see people exercising along that corridor. It's one of the secure areas we have, you
Mhm.
know, around town. You can be around that embassy up to 9 p.m. Whatever, you don't have to be afraid because that place is very secure. So um yes, a lot of people will go there to exercise. But one thing I noticed of recent, Dr. Richardson, is that a
Mhm.
lot of people are now exercising in Liberia. So
Yeah.
many people are developing interest in going to
Right.
the gym. If they're not going to the gym, they're running. As early as 5 a.m. nowadays, you wake up, you see uh, a lot of people jogging along the different street corridors in Sinco and most of those places that have at least some level of security. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are exercising
That's
now.
very good. It's very important. Like your health. I mean, you can't buy your health. I'm telling you. So, one of the greatest thing anyone can do for yourself is to, at least walk, run. They say 30 minutes a day of walking.
Yeah,
Run, exercising, eating right. I don't know. I mean, we eat a lot of carbs in terms of the rice that we eat, but I see people are also changing their diet as well, at least on this
yeah.
side of the world. So that's very good compared to that big beer pot belly that they say when you get bigger, that means that you
I
be
mean, enjoying you're growing stomach now. You enjoy.
that's not sexy anymore. I can tell you that for sure. Yeah. Yeah. So that's good. I'm happy to hear that a lot of people are doing, I'm actually due for the first time in my life, I'm due for a stress test, which means that there's a lot of running. They put you on a treadmill, they ask you to run, they want to see how far your heart can go. Can you imagine? You know,
Wow.
yeah, can you imagine? So those guys that are running, they're getting, good health. I mean, luckily my heart was clear, but just to make sure now I'm so conscious about it that you got to keep good health. Good health.
Yeah.
I've beefed up the exercising now, so because I've always been good with exercising, but I felt back a little bit, so I'm beefing it up now.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's see how our Liberian people what they have on their mind. Let's open the phone
Yeah.
line and let them talk to us. Well, Sabi, you want to give us some updates? What's happening in the country? I don't know if you did that. Whichever way you want to do it,
No,
Nelson.
not yet. I haven't done that, but a lot has been happening. The one has taken over the entire stage today has been the whole protesting and the motorcyclists. Had a protest today. Uh, a lot of people were very afraid. And so some people did not get the courage to open their businesses and all of that. But the protest turned out to be a very peaceful one. There was some level of cordiality between the motorcyclists and the state security or the joint security today. They
That's good.
presented their petitions at the one UN house uh, in Sinco, and then the Capitol building, and also at the U.S. embassy. And then the guys were able to leave for their respective locations. And so yes, there was this protest, but thankfully there was no casualty, no violence, no commotion. The motorcyclists were saying that they want to have access to the no-go zone. They want the government to ensure justice for some of their colleagues who lost their lives in those tragic motor accidents and stuff. And they also they are looking forward to getting access to the road. But on the flip side, the Ministry of Transport pulled up a release immediately after the protest to say that that group that had the protest today, they don't know them. The government of Liberia doesn't recognize them, but because there is a fashion. You have
Mhm.
two groups within the motorcycle, the whole motorcycle association thing. So um, there was some allegations that the folks who had the protest today were being supported by CDC, but the motorcyclists said no, they have no connection with CDC. But yes, and so that group had their protest today, and the other group didn't um, go on with any protest. They've been also hitting on the door of the government to give them access to the no-go zone so that they can have their hustle going on. And so they were chanting slogans today. The people who had the protest, we don't want steal, we want hustle, and all of that. So those are their concerns. But the registering as part of the plight,
Mm-hmm.
the purpose today was okay. The justice thing is one aspect. Giving them access to the no-go zone is another aspect. But they are also saying that if the government cannot give them access to the different corridors, then the money that the Ministry of Transport raised, 6 million or whatever amount the Ministry of Transport raised, the Ministry of Transport will give all their money back to them. If they
So
can't get it, if they
how
can't
did the
give,
Ministry of Transport raise 6 million on their account? Like, is it from the fee that they pay to register the
no,
bike?
yeah, there's a regular inspection that goes on. I think there's another one coming up as well. So yes, during that inspection, you see a lot of people will start to register the cars, the motorbikes. So it was not just with the motorbikes. Most of the registration will be vehicles and all of that. Those who have cars, a lot of them will register. Make sure that they are in compliance, because if you didn't do so, then you stand to be embarrassed by the team that carries on the inspection. So the motorcyclists are saying that they're part of that group, that number of people who register their bikes. They have the stickers and all other relevant registration things. So yes, they were calling for that. Yeah.
So then, is there another group that's planning to protest as well, considering that the government does not recognize this group?
No.
So okay.
No group is planning.
So then the
It was just
protest is. So then this is it.
Yeah, so they presented the petitions, and the next thing now we're looking forward to seeing what the government will say. But the police IG today said that they're not backing down. So that's where we stand with it.
Well, I'm happy.
Mhm.
I'm happy to hear that they had a successful protest. Like, there was no violence, and there's this fear of the CDC infiltrating, those guys. I'm happy that it all went well. The question is, are they going to get what they're asking for, especially trying to apply in the no-go zones? The government basically said that they can't go in those areas because of the traffic that is caused. Usually when they go in those areas, the main highway, byways, there's a lot of traffic that they tend to bring with them. And most people can't really get through. I'm thinking especially like the boulevard area. They're not allowed on the boulevard, right? On Tottenham
No,
Boulevard.
not on the Tottenham Boulevard.
Yeah. So a lot of times when the people have to rush in and rush out, rush into the city and rush out of the city. So well, we'll listen out and see. I'm sure that the government is going to think about an appropriate arrangement for them. So it's part of their issue is that the roads that they are limited to riding on, they don't get as much money as if they were to go into the major highway. That's part of the issue.
Yeah, but I think there's gonna be more details around that today, because I understand it's part of the talking points for.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Great. So okay.
Yeah. So I think we can take some calls. I don't know if you. Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, I'm ready.
All right. So let's hear from our folks out there. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you will be live on the program. Let's hear you. What's on your mind? What is it you want to talk about tonight? This person. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from? Hello. Oh no, your background is not good. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, me is Aswalu. I'm calling from Bonaparte.
Yeah, what's on your
I
mind?
appreciate you for the topic on the discussion. But what on my mind here is, you see the fender land there, the land that is fender. That land is falling. I want for government to look at that land, because the people are taking all in that land, working who all over in that land there. that whole recording that land there will not help the place because and when the rain start falling, that whole place will be falling up and then the water can sit in that place. So I wouldn't recommend in that place to not government to that place. At
Okay.
least they can pay us in the unit or they live apartment and put in the rent so government can generate more funds for that place. Or in the college, because these are the places that can open the college, to build a place in there, open as a dormitory for the student and will go live on a college there.
Thank
So
you.
these are the things, these are my own recommendations.
Thank you very much for your input tonight.
Thank you.
Hello. 0555-101075 is the number to call. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, it's Mama Master and I joined from the second territory.
Yeah, what's
My
on your mind?
I've been through the issue of motorcyclists. Let me say this to the government. What the government is about to do is causing, I mean, it has severe security implications, to be honest. For me, I'm a motorcyclist. I'm not going to hide it. I'm a motorcyclist. And where we normally run, we agree to abide by government regulation. Whatever they told us to do, we went to work. If for some reason, few of the motorcyclists went to work in a mystery, I think it's lawful that the government, Congress should just run this decision on everybody like that. So the thing is, Congress try to see how best they can we are the bad guys from the motorcyclists and allow the rest of the folks to run.
Okay.
Because if you allow us to keep running one place, the kind of money we're supposed to make, we're not be able to make it. And let me be honest with you, some of us, we got our family, we got people taking care of how many miles, you know, how many people you trying to take a mile. So what the government is doing, it's not very good though.
So how do you think they can weed the bad guys from among the good guys?
Let me say this. They got experienced security officials or experienced security personnel among the citizens. There's a way that you can use these people on the streets.
Okay.
They can detect that, yes, this is. And last day, before I I was following Truth FM. Let me say this: motorcycles have been divided. Let me say, yeah, they got the guys from the opposition and they got the guys from Unity Party. So whatever that happened this one time, I believe it was highly influenced. Okay. Because there are folks from the angle of CDC when they met motorcyclists, they discuss with them, all the kind of thing. It's not really helping us.
Wow.
It's not helping us.
Folks from the CDC?
Honestly, I'm telling you.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Nancy.
Yeah, from the WhatsApp line. You are live for the show. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Just my info here is the motorcycle they need to be respectful to our police, and the police too need to calm down, but the motorcycle they are the problem too. They need to calm down and show some respect to our police. They can even try the people to fight them. So you can't fight officer, you can't fight the police, and then while you want peace. So we need peace in our country. We beg them, let them calm down and listen to the police.
Thank you.
Even the passenger like behind the motorcycle, sometimes when the police want to do their work, they will say, let's go, don't stop. It's bad. We need to respect our police.
Thank you.
So, and they need to wear at least the stamina or slingers. But those people wear slipper, the end of the day, they go and shot people on a truck. They shot people on a car to die. They need to go by the law. Let them try to wear something, slingers, sandals. For the wear slipper, while the slipper going so there, they said they go to different place. They're killing people over there alive, so they need to listen to the police.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's go back to this line. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? You're live.
Yeah, bro, I'm from Compton.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Yeah, so my concern has to do with the motorcyclists. You know, even in the US, there are some places that you don't see what type of funding from the car passing. You know, the woman trying to build a country for us, for there are certain group of people, they feed the country for certain people, they will just do something all the way. I say this, law is not in good time.
like gonna be country with law and so on.
Okay.
Yeah, so they don't get it probably hard time. Yeah, so they just get in one country, then I go there and carry Jovia ruling.
Thank you. Let's hold there and take another caller here. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Junior Payne. I joined you this evening from Rwanda, Nelson.
Okay, it's good to have you on.
Thank you so much for having me. I've been calling several times to join the show, but to no avail. So I want to make my point this evening on the issue of the motorcyclist, and I will end up with the issue of the legislature. You see, in other countries, like where I am studying currently, we had a recent bike racing tour where the police gave a mandate that no pedestrians should use the road when it's after 9 o'clock to 1:30 p.m. Now, that information was given ahead of time. And the people, we all had to work in it. We as students, we had to go to school early before that time because we know that when it's after 9:30, you won't see any motorcyclists on the road again. Now, the problem of Liberia is we, the Liberians, we fail to, obey the laws that have been given to us. And what is so shocking and sorrowful is that we learn outside country and then we go back to Liberia. It's like as soon as you arrive at the airport, everything changed. There are a lot of capable people within the government. Now, look at the police inspector general. You went to school outside Liberia. You know before a policy can be implemented properly, you have to firstly start with the people. Liberia is suffering from unemployment. Many of the young people are not employed. Now, these people, again, living from the motorbike they ride on the street.
Okay, just conclude in a few seconds, sir, because we have to take other seconds.
In a few seconds to conclude, I think it is much important that we try to, invest in young people instead of us putting them outside of where they're supposed to be.
Let's hold you there. Thank you. Thank you very much for your input tonight. 0555-101075 is the number. Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
My name is Charles Wood. I call you from Knoxville.
Charles, let's hear you quickly.
Thank you. My attention is drawn to the majority speaker, Honorable Kuhn. His action, along with the United Party and the colleagues, have plunged our country on a climate of disrespect from the other countries in the region. On him and the United Party right now, to see reason to ensure that the deadlock at the House is mitigated.
Thank you.
I'm calling on him peacefully.
Thank you very much. Let's go and take this person. Hello, you are just coming on, sir. The one you are talking was not there, or you just coming on. We just bringing you on. Please say your name and where you're calling from, please. Sorry.
Thank you very much. My name is Kato Tamba, and I'm calling from Saginaw City in Texas.
Okay.
So my attention is really drawn on the protest that is ongoing, especially with the motorcyclists, because the commuters use the means of motorcycle to move from one area to the other.
Okay.
But then during the registration, I think the government took some money, and I believe they might have given them a limit of coverage where they can move with their motorcycles. And if they could, then I think they should allow those guys to move within those corridors, but at the same time, make sure the motorcyclists respect the laws or the rules that being, given them concerning their reflector, safety gears, and what have you.
Okay.
But they are also depending on this transportation to take care of themselves, their family, and what have you. So it's really concerning. And now there will be so many people politicizing this. Maybe the CDC may even have other people on the ground working along with this to cause chaos. We don't want such a thing in our country. You. So please, I hope the leadership of the motorcyclists can convey a meeting and write to meet with the transport union and the national police again, let them follow it up, and then have a peaceful, reconciliation on this. Because
thank you very much. Let's
one or two motorcyclists that caused the police to get on a rampage. On them.
All right.
Thank you for giving me the audience, brother.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We appreciate you. So I see the CEO has joined us. CEO, welcome.
You want me to go back? I can go back though.
Okay. No, I want you to go back. The Liberian people want you to be on and to keep everything, No,
Nelson, I hope you got all my, my balances and the leftover, Nelson. You don't want us to get into that conversation. But anyway, Nelson, it's good to see you. Dr. Richardson, we are losing you because of your new background. You kind of like, it take away you, right? And it chip you off because of the graphic app thing. But how you doing today, Dr. Richardson? At least we can see you now. But you are muted, Dr. Richardson.
I am doing well and happy to be here. I will adjust the background. I was trying because since I changed my certification, I've been dark sometimes. So I'm trying to fix it. But I'm happy to be here today.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much, Dr. Global Chair.
Yes, happy to be.
Dr. Global Chair, thank you very much. But listen, Dr. Richardson, here's the issue now. You got to bring everybody in, right? It's your work. Internationally, you got to talk to the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think you know what I'm going, right? You cannot listen. You got to let bygones be bygones and just bring everybody in.
Well,
that's correct. That's Richardson, let me finish. Because I was thinking about this thing all day, right? You cannot, you want to win. So you cannot keep some people out.
They said 50% plus one.
Yeah, but 50% plus one, you cannot make that decision as to who should be in your 50% plus one.
What do you think? I know where CEO going with this, right?
No. But to be frank, though, Dr. Richardson, as a global chair, you're going to organize. You're going to travel through all the 50 states.
At least I got
you're going to go over to Europe, Africa, and all the 17 continents, like my brother Jefferson Koji said. But you have to bring in the good, the bad, and the ugly, because you got to do this. As much as it's going to hurt you, you got to do this.
You're right.
And I do believe that this is the reason why you would do this, because that's what Musa Belete, trying to do. As Musa Belete will be having 1% too. and to me, and let everybody hear this from me. And I think people say Musa got money. Musa ain't got no money. Musa is broke. But he would try to raise a lot of money. Now, we want to ask Musa so many questions. He ran away from us. How can you say you're a party leader and you're running away from the media? I don't understand that. Seriously. So I think we'll speak to the global chair. Musa ran away from us on Friday. He ran away from us on Saturday. He ran away from us on Sunday. But you want to be a political leader. Now, Musa saying that he and Joia and Joseph Baka are on the same level. Well, that's fine. But how can Musa run away from?
Well, you want me to answer now?
Yeah, go ahead. You can answer. I put a lot of stuff on your plate. I see Wade Power acting that she's an executive now. She can't speak to nobody. How you expect to win for CMC if you're cutting Chemle? We said the same for ANC. Wade Power cutting Chemle from me.
Well, you have to understand. I mean, it was a busy weekend. Why they attended, Chairman Billy attended.
Well, why the power cutting Chemle from me? Why?
I don't know how I know. I know how. Well, again, I know.
Listen, that's you're doing your NO with like the CPP ANC. You have to be very careful.
No, don't put them off. Don't put them.
No, but Dr. Richardson.
Dr. Richardson. No.
But Dr. Richardson, you guys were CPP ANC before.
Huh?
you guys will see now. You guys say you're going for what's the lady name? The one that just got married, Bronskin. Charlene Bronskin will be joining your party. I heard.
Oh,
You guys going for Manka. Manka in Maryland will be joining your party. You're going for Tiola Gibson to join your party. You're going for Yasendi to join your party. Okay, I agree, right? I can name a lot of people. I got the list.
You know more than I do at this point.
No, but I'm just not facing it. How can you guys trying to do our ANC 1.0 or 1.2 and then you want us to be outside? You guys not talking to nobody. Y'all try to say you're big and bad now. You get your Gucci bag. You get your Gucci bag. You Louis Vuitton bag.
You're just trying to put a division between CMC and ANC, and that will not happen. Okay, that will not happen.
No, because Musa Benete former he brought about CMC just to he have destroyed Liberty Party. Liberty Party is gone. All Liberty Party people going to go with Musa Benete. I get no, Musa Benete back. He carried Wilmer Smith. Wilmer Smith that tried to sue the network, joining Musa Benete.
No, Wilmer Smith. I mean, if you
Angeline, don't say I'm gonna slow down, Angeline. I will not slow down. I came to fight today. I came to fight, Angeline. Got it.
So you just told me I gotta take the good, the bad, and ugly. Now you say why should I?
No. So everybody coming, Dr. Richardson. Everybody coming with one.
You are talking your own. I talk my own.
Okay, go ahead.
You just told me, and I accepted it. Okay. That I gotta be open. I have to accept the good, the bad, the ugly. Okay, I can't. It's a political party. I have to be open, right? And now,
so you have to be open. Mean that you gotta accept Kev Hassan, right?
I knew that where you're going. Like, remember that where you're going. That talking feeling that he did the whole people that he is. That one person need that he after. Okay?
No, you gotta accept Kev Hassan, right? Because you gotta bring the people into the sheepfold, and you are a shepherd.
CMC, then we'll talk. But at this point,
no. I'm asking you, Dr. Richardson. Everybody come with one baggage, right? Something on the back, okay? If you come in this thing with three, look at Beatrice saying no. Beatrice, my business. Nobody talking to you, Beatrice. You can say no. The woman is a global cheer. She cannot separate the good from the bad. She can. You need everybody. Fantasy, but what you mean Charlene will never leave Liberty Party? Who told you that? Who told you Charlene gone?
Let me just say something too.
Charlene gone. No. Let's talk about what Fanny's saying.
That you can talk to Finney about that. I that's not my discussion right now. But the thing about this is, like, you're right. It is a political party. We want to welcome everyone into the political party. This is about Liberia. It's not about me. Okay, it's not about my personal feelings. It's not about how I feel about whoever in the party. I've been a professional person for so long, so I know how to separate my professionalism from my personal. As long as my personal people, I know them. They are the people who can come to my home, sit down, eat food, and soup together. We laugh, we talk, and stuff like that. But I'm able to go to a meeting. I have shared the same views, the same ideology, or whatever. I'm able to interact with you, and that's it. That's how it should be. So, that's my view. So he just came here today. Nelson just caused trouble. He full of trouble. He got nothing serious to talk about. And yes, indeed, the CMC is ready. We want to not wait. One of the history that we observe in Liberia is that people wait until it's time for elections before they come out and try to reach out and say they got Liberia at heart. That's not what the CMC is about. The CMC wants to be able to support support Liberia at any time. It doesn't. We're not going to wait for elections. I think Mr. Bello makes a good leader. What better Liberian person can we get to serve a political party than Musa Bello?
No, it's not my business whether Musa Bello is a good or bad man or bad man. Dr. Richardson, please don't get me wrong, right? Musa Bello is a good man to me. Musa Bello is a strong man to me. Musa Bello is people's person, right? The whole district, Sacred say they would vote for Musa Bello and they did, right? Musa Bello is loved in Liberia. That's not my business about Musa Bello, whether they love him or they hate him. No.
Yeah.
I am saying Musa Bello and the executive committee Am I part of the executive committee of CMC?
You are. You are.
No,
You're part of it. And I make you. I feel
that's not how it works.
Letter is
Musa didn't go across the aisle to find people. He selected all his friends.
I am telling you.
Family and friend political party.
I am telling you.
He selected all his executive members that work in the
You're not a friend to Musa CMC.
He selected all his screamers. But wait, let me finish now. Let me finish. He selected all his screaming workers with their power.
No, I will not let you just want to bam off this party and you'll not do that here at center. I don't think.
No, I'm just saying, but this is not. No. Look at the other person. Papi Mova, Bill, Mohammed, you better leave me alone. You come in devil. You better leave me alone. But let me say this: it's only important for everybody to know. Till Musa come on the show, I will beat him till he appear here this week.
Musa will appear. It's just that I told you he had a very challenging week.
Also, that you do Musa schedule now, right?
I do have a same Musa schedule.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Wow. So I tell you what they power. But the Richardson ain't making it. So you work for StreamNet now. You work in our company too. StreamNet
is a private business company. It has nothing to do with the political party.
When you get something to do with it too now.
Now how StreamNet? I tell you,
you say you got something to do with Musa schedule. I mean that you got something to do with it.
Don't you think, as a global chair, that I'm supposed to at least know what go on Musa's schedule?
So Musa is traveling to the state to have your first global meeting. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, good for you. I'm glad you can hear. You can hear.
I'm hearing that he's traveling in the next 2 months for you to have your first global meeting.
Well, good for you. I'm glad you're able to hear.
All right. So, guys, can we talk about what is happening today? Let me leave Musa alone. We got a protest today.
Oh my God! If I gotta go back to the hospital, y'all would know why, right?
Oh, but were you in the hospital? What do you mean if you gotta go back to the hospital? Were you in the hospital? That Richardson?
No, I wasn't. I had to go. I wasn't well.
Okay, I wish you well.
Thank you.
I wish you well. I wish you well, Dr. Richardson. So I want to say to all of you again, thank you for joining us.
I stress that. I wanted for being on this show here, for listening to you talk.
No, I got nothing to do with you not well. You went to Liberia, you ate the wrong food, maybe. I told you. I got nothing to do with that. We're going to welcome Nat Gordon. Nat Gordon is from Ewan Township, New Jersey. We're going to welcome James David. As always, Jimmy, good that you're joining us today. Please share our show. William Ricks. William Ricks is in the house. Thank you very much. William Ricks is asking Dr. Richardson. So you left AMC, Dr. Richardson? Dr. Richardson will answer that question. Let me welcome my friend Emmanuel Johnson. Emmanuel Johnson, thank you very much for joining us from the USA. Where in the USA? I really don't know. Let me welcome Momo Nelson. Momo Nelson is a brother of Nelson Colette, but they used the last name to be their first and last name. So let me welcome Sam Rene Safa.
Isn't that true?
Sam, good to see you, Sam. Bernice Molly Warji. Bernice, how you doing today? Otero Swa, as always, Otero is in the house. Justina Cunningham. Justina, it's good to see you. Sumo Jackson. We heard about the passing of Zanza Kawa. A lot of people say, no, he's alive, he's dead. Again, what the story may be, we wish the family well. And if you get anything, if you have spoken to Chief Zanza Kawa, he stay alive, let us know. We ask him questions, we confirming these things. We have reached out to everybody.
I don't think Papi spoke on one station this morning.
Yeah, but it's not confirmed because they are saying that the native people have to make that announcement. You know, the zones and chiefs have to come up with that announcement before you go out there. Whatever the case may be, we wish Chief Zanza Kawa family well. Well, let's go back to the line. Frederick Gbigbe, Gbigbe. Well, I welcome Frederick Gbigbe. I want to welcome Will King Donkey. Again, where are you joining us from, Willie? It's good to see you. Emmanuel Zenen. Emmanuel, thank you for joining us. Roger Gibson. Rogers, as always, Freeman. The man just go by only his first name, Freeman. He say he's not going to put his last name for security reason. Marman, Kuroki, Mekna, Jalo. We have Jalo in the house, my people. Good that you joining us, Jalo. John Teman. John, where you joining us from? From Greece. John is joining us from Greece. Lasanan Kenta. Lucini Conan. It's good to see you, Lucini Conan. I want to say Future Liberia. Somebody is carrying the name Future Liberia. What about BT Johnson? BT Johnson. Stanton, I'm disappointed in that. Richardson. Okay, well, Dr. Richardson, say her own. You say your own.
Sorry, Papa.
Safa Sharif. It's good to see you, my brother Sharif. Good evening, CEO Stanton. This is the former CEO, okay? Nathaniel Hill, as always, it's good to see you. Elijah Big Boy Kekula. We have Elijah in the house, my people. He's spying from all the way Philadelphia. Somebody got to catch him. Richard Rubelt Watts Sr. Mr. Watts, it's good to see you. Tepas Dempster. It's good to see you. Again, Joseph Bali. Joseph Bali look like he's from Bon County or Lofa County, someone from that area. But it's good to see you, Jojo. Joseph Blindy. Again, Sekou Tolata Mohammed Sharif. Morris Donna. We're going to bring John Tillman, Will King Duncan. We're going to bring in Michelle Freeman, Kawa Flomo, Mai Asatu Son, all the good people, man. It's good that you guys joining us now. This is what you need to do. Share the show. We're about to discuss Liberia. We were talking about the 3 Mason boards. The president said, hey, listen, we got to reopen our case. What say you? We told Gregory Kumar closed the case. The justice minister closed the case. But then the president said they must reopen the case. Why for? You listen to the president today, President Joseph Yima Keke Kokolopo Boakai. Dr. Boakai said we must reopen the case. He said, well, the youth need jobs. As you saw today, as evidenced by they were protesting on the street. And they said they would do this every Monday. Every Monday they said they would protest. They submitted the document to the UN, submitted the document to the House, submitted that document to the American embassy. We will run those tape, show those video likewise. I believe it was peaceful. I don't know about you, but again, we'll discuss it. We also want to discuss the suspension of 3 members of NOAL. NOAL suspended. At the end of this month, 3 days ago, they suspended 3 of the staff involved in the allegation of massive corruption at NOAL. And don't forget, we have story for you that you have never seen before. The issue about Julius Sally from Lace. The lawmakers are saying they get Julius Sally money. Julius Sally ate the money. Your money. The Liberian people money this guy eating. He getting 10% from each amount received by lawmakers, and the man is eating the money like money is raining like manna from heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk, where you talk your own and I talk my own. I want to say the president said a lot of stuff today. The president said we got to talk about Mac Tech. Mr. President, the Senate already gave the review on Mac Tech. They're waiting for you. Why dare to investigate? The president said we should talk about CTN, Mr. President. The Senate did a review already. CTN is done. It's waiting for you. The president said we should talk about Western Cluster. B. Monty, I said, Mr. President, it's waiting for you. Oh. What dare to talk about? What dare to investigate? And where are the advisors to the president? Who put those documents together? It's like everybody just in La La Land. I heard my friend Jerome Pierre saying that the UC program put a lot of, constraint on the government. Mr. Pierre, I know you're on your way to the United States, but you know, $151 million, you can just do your cut. Liberia can make that money easy. All right, the first cabinet meeting, a lot of stuff coming up. We're going to be having Uncle Sam Jackson. Where is HPX, my people? HPX is in La La Land. Where is the yellow machine, my people? Come on. The president got it on his list. We got to discuss it. We're going to have the Uncle Sam Jackson, the LSE. We're going to have on the show tonight the Honorable Akaris Moses Gray. We're going to have, as you can see, my only data on the show because Dr. Bopler ran away. So I have Dr. Francine Chinwe, Global Chair, Special Richardson. We're going to have Mommy on the show tonight. Asa Blamado is coming on. And everybody plus more. You say your own, I say my own. Paul Kennedy is coming on. And the Liberian people will have to speak. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of the show. I'm going to recognize Philip Bala. And I'm going to recognize, what's the other guy name? He's here. He's somewhere here. Lee Johnson and everybody else. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be the jam-packed show today. A beautiful Monday. Don't forget, tomorrow, the lawyer for Emmanuel Nukwe will be in studio tomorrow. Emmanuel Nukwe sued the American government, and he's saying why they deny him visa. And the American government threw the case out. So that lawyer is here in New York. He will be our guest in studio tomorrow. And also don't forget.
Is the lawyer Liberian or American? I'm just curious.
I want to keep that. I want to hold the people expectation. I want to have to be running. I'm keeping that. I'm not going to answer that question. Dr. Richardson, you refuse to answer my question, but then you want me to answer your question. Dr. Richardson, it is true, Dr. Richardson, that you're a global chair. You got to accept the good, the bad, and ugly. Are you now opening for Gavin Kev Hassan?
No.
But how can you win? How can Musa Benete win if you say no? I can understand. But no, I'm not worried about that.
Answer, no.
You want to tell you a
No.
Richardson, you want Musa to win.
No, you finish talking now. Let me tell you.
I have to recognize from people, then you come on. But folks, you are saying what I'm talking about here. A global chair. She got to go to Taiwan. Cha-cha. She got to go to China. Ni hao. She got to go to Ghana and speak Boko. She got to go to Nigeria and speak Igbo. Cha-cha. She got to go to everywhere. She got to bring people, to CMC.
Yes.
But in one person, she said you will not enter heaven. That kept her son.
I did not say that. This party is not about me. This is not. Liberia has a history of making party.
But you're global chair, though.
Party is about philosophy. It's Mr. Kev Hassan loves the philosophy of the party. He wants to be a part of the party.
But you got to recruit him now.
Why do I have to be? Does it say anywhere in any of our constitution, any of the doctrine?
You are the global chair. You got to recruit everyone globally.
Listen, I walk into.
Let me ask you a question. What if Kev come to you and call you and say, Dr. Richardson? Let me ask you a question. Hey, my dear doctor. Hey, my sweet doctor.
I'm not going to answer.
Hey, my sweet doctor. Let me ask you. What if Kev come to you and Kev said, Dr. Richardson, I want to join CMC. Can you read the bylaws? Can you accept my application? Because in America, you are the global chair. What would you say?
Let me just say, CMC has different regions in the heads of different regions. Grace Bar, okay? Grace Bar is the head of the region. So Grace
But why are you attacking the woman?
I'm telling you, that will get irritated.
That's on you partyless. You don't got no party.
This means he's an uncalled CMC member.
Yeah. No, I'm not a CMC member. No, I'm not a CMC member. Musa don't want me. Listen, the reason why I'm not a CMC member, because if you're a CMC member, you're a CDC member.
That's not true. You've been saying this on my ear since.
But ask everybody, we can open the phone line and the people will tell you say Stanton is right.
No, they will not say that. They would say, this is a party with a philosophy to, make Liberia a better place. This is a party that comes with not waiting until election years.
Do you want us to open the phone line and ask them?
It's up to you. I can control your phone line. I can control your schedule. That's what you don't know, because I'm the CEO and you're the former CEO. Mr. D. Kane is the CEO. I work in here, Mr. D. Kane.
You see, that daylight overthrow, I had an overthrow for Latikofa. Daylight, you just overthrow me on the show.
Somebody controlling schedule, they call me for Liberia when they can't call you.
Everybody says, you believe that. The people that don't like careful, smell the young careful, they say, believe that the Richardson with your care business.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you. Whoever said that, thank you very much.
The other about Karis Wilson, great. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, thank you, Karis.
My man, don't get a woman hard time, man.
You mind?
Brother, listen, you know
what?
what?
Party. You're still looking for party.
Yeah.
The man,
I thought Unity Party were going to be my party, remember? But put them throw me outside. They said they didn't want me.
You can take our ass.
You crew, man, you can tell the post secret.
They said you talk too much, we want you. So Unity Party rejected me. CDC say I'm not part of them. Unity Party say I'm not part of them.
Go to your Unity Party.
No, I'm independent. I'm independent.
Besides my grandson, I always tell people, I said, if I don't see my grandson, y'all just bring rap out because you free answer your question, you turn.
Even independence, no, when I'm in independent, can you open all that?
You know what? I've been thinking about that because Snow been pushing me away. I think so, though. Snow been pushing me away.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. People just say they don't want me, but the Liberian people want me, though.
That's true.
The Liberian people want me. I carry great. I'm blessed to be an independent. I'm blessed to speak for the people. And, you know, I'm happy that if you won't find me to be a member of any political party, because I will put all the secret outside. I will go in the chat room and share all the chat room messages. So
they're going to tell the truth. Yeah, but you know, Liberian people do like you. I think I've shared this with you. I've been to the local Walmart, which is a local shopping center, and met a lot of older Liberians, and they're telling me that, you know, Spoon really is therapeutic for them. It keeps them, you know, involved with what's going on in Liberia. It keeps them informed. Usually, you know, they're doing home care, and so when they're fixing dinner or when they're cooking or taking care of their client, they can just put Spoon on. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, that's not against their job for them not to do it. So you're contributing to a lot of our older family members who are working in, you know, group homes and home care situations. So yeah, you contribute a lot.
Yeah, we just want to be grateful to God that through it all, we are doing what the people are asking us to do. We are grateful, and I do believe that the people are benefiting from this network. I want to ask each and every one of you, please share the show. Go on Facebook, go on TikTok, go on YouTube, go on Instagram and share the show. We're about to start the show in the next 2 minutes.
This is what Lawrence Wilson said. He said, if Dr. Richardson forgive Kev, I will have no more respect for her. Okay, you see that?
Well, I don't think that man he reading his Bible. Boniface D. Satu. How you doing, my friend? Boniface Satu was the former Road Front director, and he ran away from Liberia after the election. And he declared himself. He said they should order him. I said, "Oh man, you sure you want them to order you?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh man, they order you, they will jail you."
That's true. You know, remember he and Samuel Toa coming on this show together. Remember?
Yeah, yeah. I'm my friend. You know, my own. I get friend when they in the day, not in the night.
That's not I get secret. Trust me.
I'm telling you.
But I think the man was right that they should order him because a lot of stuff happened on a George Manor where when he was
in but he said the man ran away.
Yeah, he ran away, and after Gregory Kuma promised not to arrest him, he went back and he's taking care of the national basketball team now. They have their own basketball league, and you know, he needed some assurance that he would not be arrested. I don't know why he ran away, but that's a different story. That's my friend, Boniface Satu. I think a lot of people know him.
Somebody said you should come and CMC.
Huh?
Somebody said you should come and join CMC.
Who, me?
Yes.
Two masters cannot be on the same. They cannot be on the same floor.
You master? You somebody master?
Yeah. Musa and myself.
I think the man will be part of the one Gonglo party. They get broom in their hand.
Me? Have you ever seen me sweeping? Man, I told you last time I want to broom in my head.
Yeah.
Tawon Gonglo get Yakbawulo. So they're fine. And you know, you get Gibson. But that never go there.
And regroup. And got regroup.
You got regroup and you got Abula Mame. But I got something though. Yeah, he got Abula Mame. Oh, you didn't know that?
I don't know.
Abula Mame served as a spokesman for the one party.
But Mame never supported the one presidency. He voted for Boyga twice.
No, that's not true.
Angela Dara Dillon voted, Dillon Liberty Party and voted for Unity Party twice.
No, I don't know who Dillon voted for. I cannot.
No, that public record. 2011 he was with Ellen. I mean, 2017 again the same thing. With Unity Party. He didn't support Liberty Party in the 2 elections. That public record.
Dillon?
Yeah. 2011, he supported Ellen Johnson study open it while Bronsky was running. Again, 2017, Councilor Bronsky was running, he supported Unity Party again.
So whenever we're talking Sonny, man. Anyway, let me leave that.
Actually,
people who part of party and not
that's what
supporting the
our
party.
brings to the show. He brings these factual information, that he checked. So that's good.
But CEO, check 2011, go back to the record.
But what should I check about they don't who he vote for, who he didn't vote for? It's they don't business.
No, but you're talking about people who part of political parties and don't support the party at the end of the day for the election.
That was the conversation.
Okay. So at the end of the day, he didn't support the party. But that's they don't now. They don't flip-flop a lot. Then that's
his man. Remember the last time out there, I will never forget about Spoon TV that day.
What happened?
What happened? What
happened in Charleston?
That good boy yelling, I had to say, when you see 1,000 people, you say 15,000 appear to all the people outside. You remember that?
Buddha said the earth shaking. He had never seen such a crowd. The earth shaking. Don't mind
you about Dillon. You get a response. You're calling now.
Oh.
But I tell you what, though, this time is season, it was the time, just to remove Thomas Fala and show to CDC that you guys were losing. But CDC didn't understand that the defeat started since 2019. And I encourage you on the show, we can say what we
want to open an unusual Pandora box.
No. On a serious note. I think Nelson, can you upload that video I sent you real quick?
You want to open an unusual. I mean, for me, one of the things that I always held CDC feet to the fire for, and I was very clear, was the public relations strategy.
So I'm saying to you now, what I'm saying to you, Akaris, no one from CDC who have won that election, whether you put a puppy dog there, the puppy dog going to be CDC. Because CDC was, that they were hit at the time. You know that, Akaris.
I think the thing here is that the thing is that the fact of the matter here is that you still talking? Or I should
go ahead.
Oh, okay. I think the fact of the matter here is that the opposition got extremely robust from the onset of the government, and some of the propaganda that ran against the government, not that the stories were right, but the way we managed the story in the public leg, the message sank negatively against the government. I must admit to that. And I'm one of those who consistently said I didn't have my feelings on the CDC ineffective fight or respond to some of this propaganda. They overlook a lot of things. So yes, even seditions, some of them who expected jobs immediately when the government took over, got disgruntled, organized themselves like, they call them the satisfied sedition or some name. So they went out, they voted for Dillon. I can tell you this for sure in the first election. So yes, definitely I personally saw that coming in Dara's Dillon first election. I saw that coming. Okay. And Montserrat is the county where people going to get unpopular in. Every government almost gets automatically unpopular in Montserrat. But 2023, the CDC did extremely well to have a 30,000 margin. For me, that was a great comeback. Because Montserrat,
I disagree with you, though. I disagree with you. Allow me to disagree. Though this is not our topic, but I think it's important for us to say this. A certain precedent, Dr. Richardson, a certain precedent, the most popular precedent since Chancellor time, post-war, over $15 million in the coffer for re-election. You want to tell me that they did well? You got flogged.
No, the first thing you're talking about is are you talking generally, or we talking about the Darius Delon election?
I'm talking about both. You didn't win
I can
anything.
come to the second part of it, but basically, I thought you were speaking first of the Darius Delon election.
No, I'm talking about both. You didn't win anything. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. No. After 2017, that was it for you. The people hated you because of 16 billion. They hated you because of 25 million mop-up exercise. They hated you because of the 3 missing balls that the president said they will reopen the case again. They hated you because of the death of the auditor. They hated you because of money, truckload of money that people said went behind Joe Warehouse, and he kept this money. They hated you because ministers building mansions and skyscrapers in the country. When you get poor people couldn't afford to eat, mysterious death, they hated you. There was so many reasons that people hated you, and you had nothing to show that you could have transformed or you at least repented and do better. And you guys got flogged. I'm not talking about a comparison. I'm talking about death. Even if you want to put puppy dog against anybody from Joe,
I will not go with the comparison. Okay, I will not talk about now, but I will say something very important. Very important. The first thing is that when you win an election of 1%, it questions your legitimacy. Any certain government.
That's a comparison. You're not going to comparison, but you're comparing.
70. No. You said the hater also were massively defeated, something like that. I hope I got you clear. Okay, because I didn't want to come to the 2023 election. But for me, again, and you can put me on record, the CDC should take responsibility for its own defeat. For me, okay, the CDC, all of these things that you're narrating, these are all concocted stories or prima facie.
The prima facie has been disconnected.
Why are you thinking
Prima facie. Yeah,
this is serious thing that Richardson. I know this is not a conversation for today, but the people, for any reason, they went high on CDC. 2023 election. Prior to the 2023 election, they beat Thomas Fada. He had to run into Lofa. If you were to put Thomas Fada on the ballot for that district number 5, they were going to beat Thomas Fada again with all the money. I mean, how can Akarius Gray say, well, 1% of this? No, you want 14 out of 15 counties. In less than 2 years, the whole thing turned around. Everywhere they were flocked. They didn't listen, though, Dr. Richardson. They didn't listen. They dragged this thing up to 2023. So talk to me, Dr. Richardson, and he's coming back.
I'm thinking about the media factor. You know, I don't recall if CDC had a media that was completely focused on their re-election, who was able to run some of these stories that you just talked about, you know, to persuade the people to vote for Unity Party. If CDC had a media like Spoon, I don't know. You know, I don't know if if they had a media, if they utilized it wisely, like how, I mean, the consistency, you know, and all it took for the Liberian people to lose a little bit of hope in the CDC, and then they just kind of grabbed onto, you know, to Spoon as the #1 media in the country, which continues to be. So, that's something that CDC perhaps did not anticipate, or they didn't look at, or they didn't observe.
I agree with you, Dr. Richardson. You're quite correct. You can do that as an audition. CDC had their own media group. CDC had the people but CDC had the folks that they imported from across the country, across the world, and they brought them to do the media work. I'm gonna play some of the video. They had them. You know how you can have transfer players and best international players. They had
CDC were very dismissive. They were, when the guys won elections, they took their eyes off the ball.
Yes.
They were dismissive. A lot of them became very arrogant. They were not taking advice anymore. They had that supremacy of
years.
Whatever that grandeur was, that it was going to be a one term. And I don't care. These people are our friends. I mean, as Akara, he will tell you, everybody in CDC knows me personally. And for them to get to power and just took their eyes off the ball, CDC lost the election because of themselves. Nobody beat CDC. It is so many missteps they had that made them to lose the election. I agree with you that the media also play a part, but those areas of Liberia where the media is not accessible, the people were feeling hardship. Most of the government officials were only circling around Monrovia. They were not taking their time to go to talk to those people.
That's true.
So when we out there in the interior of Liberia, we heard a whole different thing versus what was going on in Montserrat. Liberia is not Monrovia. To win election, you need to make the people outside of Monrovia to feel the impact of your government. United Party has begun to make the same mistake. They need to stop. They need to take a hard check. They need to look around and don't do those things CDC did. They need to stop.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me sharply disagree because I went off. The first thing in Babolu, no government has provided a construction in Babolu as compared to the CDC-led administration, the Emirate Hospital. No project since Babolu became a county has a project of such. I'm saying to you, and let me repeat, the manner and form in which, and Dr. Richardson, I think I came on, I just listened to you a little bit, but I was off. The CDC did not articulate emphatically the gains of the administration. There were lapses, and I kept saying, we are losing the PR war. We've done well, we've done a lot of things, but the opposition is turning those things into negativity, and we're not capitalizing, we're not fighting back, we're not giving the information to the ordinary masses out there. Take, for example, we constructed more referral hospitals in Liberia in 6 years than any government, nothing less than 3. Than any government. The harmonization that were criticized by the past administration and some of the contracts that were criticized, they cannot do away with those contracts. Not that they were negative, but it's the way the information was being disseminated. Okay? And I will keep saying that. I'm not here to tell the Unity Party government what they're doing or what they're not doing. I will not help them in that direction. Okay? But yeah, it's not my duty and function to help them in any manner and form. And that's why the discussion will be very beautiful tonight. Okay? But I will say to you, Paul, and I will spoil you, look at the Emirate Hospital in Bapolu. Let's be as realistic as we can be. Why does CDC didn't capitalize on that? I don't mix my words with the CDC. That's my party. That's my baby. I live and drink the CDC in my lifetime as a political institution. Okay, nobody can take me away from that. But the fact of the matter is, when we allow Stanton and other people to run with the propaganda, that led nasty propagandistic attack on the CDC. People were creating scenarios that were never created, like America going to war in Iraq and say Iraq had chemical weapon. You saw Colin Powell presenting his case in front of the U.S. Senate, and they went into war. They could not get that. That's the kind of opposition that we're fighting. And not that we didn't have the sophistication or the individuals to do that, but I think, like you said, maybe we thought, yes, we were a popular political institution, so they didn't lie. Okay, we were engaging traditional politicians. Unlike the CDC, we're more liberal than the traditional politicians in the country. They do everything and anything to see state power. So if the CDC thinks that Unity Party will give up power on silver platter, even if we win the election, is a joke, we have to robustly, radically face them and make them understand that after 2029, whether the CDC or any political institution that wins the election, boycott should be packing it low. Because those guys are not going to give you power easily. You have to take power. I can guarantee you that, because these are traditional politicians that care less.
So let's make progress here.
And they have a history.
Honorable Gray, let's make progress here. You know, we got a lot to discuss today, but let's just take a little from this CDC thing you're talking about. No one sat across from Congress or the UN to present a case on war in Iraq. It was just a simple fact we're telling the Liberian people. You talk about $16 billion. You talk about 25 million cemetery on this same show. But listen, but I beg you, you can't interrupt me again, man. You talk about
I'm just trying to tell you, don't prejudge the discussion for tonight.
No, I'm not. We got a good lineup for tonight, and I'm happy that we just few on the show. I think after 6 individuals, we good. We can make the case one sufficient time to talk. Yeah, but in that time, we got number minutes, man. We got number minutes back. Don't you see that Richard see? You want us to run away from CDC talking? How can you?
Because CDC is not in the picture no more. They were just a side.
But wait now, way back. We got number minute to talk about. Let everybody get a 1 more minute yet. Let everybody get a 1 more minute. I will say this to everybody. Paul, you are right. CDC stabbed themselves in the back because they were arrogant, because they felt that they had money. And they were promised 12 years, but you know what? But here's the issue. Somebody that never, ever thought about politics in their life, with few good men and women, came from the blind side and educated the Liberian people and changed their mind and make them to remove George Manawea. We should take credit for this. I'm not a politician. I didn't do political science in school. We should take credit for this. The honorable man sitting here, I carry responsibility with 12 years, representative. He did political science in school.
That means you That means you have done error on this show.
But you know something I was going to add to Stinson. I heard you mention the Emory Hospital twice. Great. You know, the hospital was good. Yes, I agree with you. But did you guys put medicine? You know, did you guys staff the hospital doctors? Did you guys, speak about the successful venture, the successful surgeries that the doctors in the hospital? We didn't hear it. Nobody heard it, So you can have referral hospitals. You can build the best of hospitals in Liberia. But once you're not serving the people of Liberia, that's probably where I think CDC.
Dr. Richardson, your points are excellent. And I am a health system manager. I do health system planning. If you had given me Emory as a regional hospital to build it, I would build it in Clay, Bombing County. Listen, I appreciate Emory sitting in Bapolu. I am from Bapolu and I want everything to go there. But from a realistic perspective, with the bad road leaving from Todman Broad to Bapolu, with the bad road leaving from Broadview to Bapolu, if a patient came from Wangekor in Cape Mount with eclampsia, they are dementing, they reach to Clay Junction, they will not go to Bapolu, they will be running to Monterado because of the roads. Yeah. So in health system management, there's something we call access to healthcare. If the access is hindered, you can have the best hospital there, nobody will utilize it. They could have used that money to enhance the hospital facility that was in Bapolu already and around Bapolu County and build a more functional regional hospital in Bombing, in that Clay area for Cape Mount, Bombing, and Bapolu to use. It will make our distance shorter. And so you can feed the other rural hospitals into that hospital system. They never listen. So now you got a big, huge hospital without the doctors. I sat down and made an analysis of the manpower you needed to work in that hospital and make it functional. It has 5 departments. You got 2 doctors that will never work. Never will it ever work.
Paul, let me Paul, we got to move on. We know you are very passionate when it comes to Bapolu.
Today, then hospital should not exist.
Let's move on, guys. We want to welcome all of you again. We're going to jump into our topic. You know, this is just a sidebar conversation. We come here to put people in Zico, but again, I am so proud and so happy to do what I did, exactly what I did 2023. And, you know, to tell the Liberian people that George Manuel was bad at the time, and George Manuel needed to be replaced, and the people listen. If we can do it again to any political leader to make the case and make the argument that they failed the Liberian people, we will. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. Please share this show. Invite somebody. Tell somebody that, yes, indeed. Happy Ramadan. I think Ramadan started already, right, Mame? Am I correct?
Definitely.
Happy Ramadan to everybody. We wish you guys safe journey while you do your fasting and praying. We remember all of our Muslim brothers and sisters. Whatever your path may be, may Allah grace your prayers. Again, I want to say to all of you out there, we wish you well. Thank you for joining us. Please share our show. Dr. Richardson, we're going to take only 30 seconds straight right now as we start the program. What's on your mind? 30 seconds, folks, please.
Yeah, I actually look forward to being on the show today. I want to just tell all of my colleagues and those who are watching, thank you for joining us. I know there was a protest in Liberia today, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this. But it's going to be important for us to look at the pros and cons of the protests in Liberia. What does it mean to tell the motorcyclists you can't go to certain places? Why? And how does that affect the bottom line? For the country, you know, it involves safety. It involves making sure that rule and order are followed. So these are the discussions that we're probably going to get into, that and others. I'll be glad to participate.
Thank you very much. Guys, can we just keep ourselves muted? When you're ready to talk, we can unmute you, please, because of the feedback, please. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy, your 30 minutes, sir.
30 seconds, thank you. You know, the education sector is on my mind today. I am hoping that the education minister takes some time off to sit down, to look at how the sector is going, to see how they can really improve and revamp this sector. One of the problems we have in Liberia is that we have a very weak educational sector. And this has been pronounced and repeated and talked about by every leader. They will come and identify and say, oh, the education sector is weak. But then, for them to make a commitment into improving it, to strengthen it, to make sure that people who go in there and come out have some basics to stand on, they are not doing it. So, it's really on my mind. I think we should begin to look to see how we can support the educational sector in Liberia with, cutting down some of the proliferations of schools that are not of quality and standards, and they're just carrying students in there and getting them out without any kind of education, and then focus on the university, especially the University of Liberia and other universities around the country. So that's on my mind, and let's look forward to it.
Paul Kennedy, thank you very much. The education part in the country, you guys done almost, I can tell you, $100 and something million from the USAID project, the slash that off from our education system. Honorable Gray, your 30 seconds, sir.
Yeah, basically at this juncture, I think the thematic concern just has to do with the president's cabinet meeting, the statement made and the statement issued by the executive mansion, and the motorcyclists peaceful protest today. But I just love to say happy Ramadan to all Liberians. They go through this peaceful prayer and transition for the next month. So those are basically things on my mind.
Honorable Grace, thank you very much. Indeed, we'll be discussing the president's first cabinet meeting for this year, and we'll be discussing the protest today. Uncle Samuel Jackson, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And thank God that you're safely in Liberia. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say hello to the people right here in the back of me in Gay Town. I'm firmly back home. I've been here since last Thursday. And I mean, I'm really getting depressed, And the thing is, this is not about who's right and who's wrong and whether this is competition to show who's. It's just about building a enduring country. That's all this is all about. It is not about, I mean, you know, measuring how high or how big or how thing is like. You have a lot of outstanding matters. You have nearly 5 days since the fracas between the AFL and the LNP. Not one unit commander has been called to book. Not one police officer has been called to book. You have all these outstanding matters. You have the pimping riders, you know, protesting. You have students protesting. You have a lot of, corruption galore. Every single day you turn on the internet, it's about somebody misusing public office, somebody misusing our monies. President Boycott, is this what you want to be for the next 4 years of your presidency? When will you
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Just 30 seconds, Uncle Sam. We'll get into it. I know you wrote something down, and we'll get into it. But it's good to see you. We have Uncle Samuel Jackson here, and we wish him well. The Umbula Mame, talk to us, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. It's good to be here. I will speak briefly. I know there are topics online already, but when I was coming, I heard about Emory Hospital, and I want to speak to that very briefly. Every time you mention Emory Hospital, we will appreciate it, but we'll remind our people what was the agenda. We'll tell them so they know. We told them during the campaign, and every time you say it, we'll remind them. President Weah went to the United Arab Emirates. He entered into an agreement with Blue Carbon. He agreed with Blue Carbon that he was giving them 2.7 million acres of forest land for 30 years. The 2.7 million acres of forest land is almost 2 times more than the land Firestone got. The Emory Bapolu County is one of the biggest repository of forest land in Liberia. The Emory Hospital was built to pacify the people to be able to take their forest land for 30 years. They signed the agreement. The letter from the PPCC told the government, the letter to Blue Carbon was that the government of Liberia was giving Blue Carbon the over 2.7 million acres of land without competitive process because Blue Carbon and the forest issue was a national security issue. That was a deal. Hospital for forest land. Hospital for forest land. We know that. So every time you say it, we remind you. The agreements are available. We'll share it on our pages so people can see and know. International news agencies.
Thank you, Mame. Thank you very much. I know we're going to get into that. You guys are very passionate for your county, Bapolu, and the Emory Hospital. Now we have water factory in Bapolu. We'll talk about the water factory also. Let me bring in VP. VP, please bear with me before I bring you in. I won't play off video, VP. Please allow me. But it's good to see you, my dear brother. And ladies and gentlemen, listen, VP is my friend. We talk off camera. And let me play this.
Regroup.
Let me go ahead and play this video. This video will welcome our brother.
But see, you know, I don't have stable
Mami, that agreement will ratify.
But let's do a 30 second. Go ahead. Do a 30 second. Go ahead.
I will not allow this happen.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your 30 second.
I don't have stable internet. So when I'm here, just give me a chance, please.
Go ahead. Do your 30 second.
CEO, I'm disheartened tonight. I just drove from Firestone, Habel. I entered Monrovia not too long ago. This is a candid appeal to the health authorities. The only biggest clinic in district number 2, specifically in Dolostan, got a fire. Patients are being transferred to JFK. Today, I had to give one of them lift. And it's disheartening. I am appealing to the government, specifically the Minister of Health, to look in the direction. Mikey B is, I don't know whether it's sideline or what. Since former President George Weah broke ground for the construction of in district number 2, I think Mike B faces a serious health problem, and that we're hoping that the government can look in that direction. And CEO is important. There are so many progressive young people in this country, and I don't want this government to see people as.
Thank you. We're gonna have that conversation. We're gonna have that conversation. Thank you, Vandella Patrick. That was a wise move of your 30-second. We want to welcome all of you again. Please, folks, hit the button, get on Facebook and on YouTube, and share the show. This is what we're going to have the protest conversation first. Then from there, we're going to go into the president cabinet meeting, the first topic was in 3 Mason boards. And then we'll talk about that. But let's go back and see protest number 1, protest number 2, protest number 3. That's the reason why you see Vandella Patrick, he stopped me because Vandella Patrick protest. Let's take a look.
Patrick is got
So, ladies and gentlemen, you see Vandella Patrick protesting, right? We're going to discuss the protest issue. And when we do this thing, people say,
listen, no.
You will not interrupt the show today. I beg you, my man. You want to talk about your hospital notice? You want to talk about the hospital the smell notice? We'll give you chair, but hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Brother Patrick, hold on 1 minute, but we're doing our show back. Don't interrupt the show. Mama say, brother, never interrupt the show. Brother Patrick, no, you are interrupting the show. Brother Patrick, no. Brother Patrick, no. Brother Patrick, no. Brother Patrick, no. Brother Patrick, we hear you. So, my man, stop disturbing the show back. So, Brother Patrick, wait 1 minute, but wait 1 minute, disturbing the show. So, let's do this one more quick. We got seriously to discuss here. Patrick at Vamuma House. Maybe you were out of the country. You were very busy. Like Uncle Sam was out of the country, I believe. And Vandella Patrick said, "Oh, we're going to protest." And I was saying, peaceful protest. The man called Culture True for Nuclear Town. People don't serious, you know. Vandella Patrick protested.
Patrick is got
All right, now let's get to the serious part of this thing, the protest today, peaceful protest, ladies and gentlemen. I got to go back, then I put my car in drive. I want to say to you, the brother said you're going to protest. From that protest, the brother went to regroup, and regroup, yeah, we are. But this is today. Let's leave Vandella Patrick for a minute. That's our Gissy Pepsi. I want to start there on a serious note. Let me start with you, Akara Screen. That was a lockdown. We see that Carl was trying to get through. Excuse me, Vanessa, I beg you, VP, wait 1 minute. That was a lockdown. We see situation here, right? And I want to give you a 2-minute honorable grade, and we'll go to Dr. Richardson and the rest of the team member tonight. Today protest, very peaceful from my observation. Today protest on a message. Excuse me, VP, I beg you. You have your time to talk. VP, you have your time to talk, my man. You want to disturb our show today, but somebody can't even pick you small. You just want to disrupt the show. Akaris, talk to us 1 minute, I beg you. Let's talk about the seriousness about this protest. And I beg you.
Yeah, okay. One thing we have to establish is that the protest today is a bread and butter issue. It borders on job security. That's the meat of the protest today. A group of Liberians in the particular sectors who have chosen to employ themselves to buttress the efforts of the economy of the country, government revenue generation, and feel deprived of the survivability of their businesses. And mind you, some of these motorcyclists that you saw in the street, they may not necessarily be the owner of the bikes. There are people who run the whole business and employ many of these people. I know some people who have 30 bikes, some have 40. So it doesn't only affect the bike riders, but it also affects many Liberians out there who are into the bike business, both bike and pimping business. So it's a big business in Liberia. It's one that, in fact, in the informal industry, I think that should be in the informal employment sector, that should be the highest employment in the informal sector. I may be wrong. I may be corrected, but I believe so. So there is 4 cardinal points today.
General Gray, agriculture remains
one of the issues that spoke about yes. Are you getting me?
Agriculture.
Yeah, we get the. I beg, let him flow, Tama, and you will come in, please. Go ahead, Akaris. Finish up, sir.
Okay, they spoke on 4 cardinal issues, ranging from the government ensuring that the right to move is protected. They did registration, they raised nothing less than $6 million from revenue collection by the government from them. They also scotched on the police director attitude and behavior to them. They asked for his dismissal, and they've threatened again to come back on the streets of Monrovia. Today, yes, it was extremely peaceful, but it threatened businesses. It collapsed the economy of the country today. The government is very determined, for all indication from the statement I see the media run away from Conor Gregor Como, that they will not allow them. The government is resolved. But the government has not provided an alternative for these people. Okay, it's like shutting down the whole crime. And one of the things that's
Thank you, Honorable Gray. Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. It's good to have you. Thanks for those points. We'll come around again. Dr. Richardson, you follow this thing online, protest. They submitted their document to the UN, sent one to the lawmakers, another one to walk into the compound of the US Embassy and presented their document. What say you, Dr. Richardson?
I want to congratulate the motorcyclists for having a protest where we didn't see the loss of life or people getting significantly injured. However, I would like to say that businesses were afraid to open, people were restricted, they didn't want to travel, so that can be a problem. In this developed world that we live in, there has to be a balance between, where can we allow the motorcyclists to plow their machine, versus where can we allow vehicles like cars and buses. And that is the problem. I know there was a time that they were very relevant, especially after the war, during our recovery period, even though we're still going through a little bit of recovery. They were very useful. People rely on motorbikes, but when do we come to an end where we say, okay, you guys can when it's designated to a certain area in the country, when can we do that? Yes, I agree. Their safety is important, just like the safety of all Liberians. It is important. So we just have to be able to sit down and come to certain agreement, negotiation, like, okay, you guys can only plow X amount of places, and I know this is a money issue for them, and see how we can compensate or not compensate the different areas that they have to plow the street. I actually like it, seeing Tottenham Boulevard where there weren't, significant amount of bike motorcyclists. It was just free flow of traffic. So yes, I mean, my grandson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Paul, what say you on this protest? Paul Kennedy.
Let me start by wishing our Muslim brothers and sisters happy Ramadan. May Allah receive your prayer in good faith. I think the protest was very peaceful, and it seems very organized to me today, but I thought it was unnecessary, and this is why. I have 3 cars in Monrovia. They are registered to ride on any street in Monrovia, except where the police say you cannot come. So if the police say, Paul Kennedy, your vehicle, though it is registered and you're paying insurance for it, but for this reason, we will not allow you to ride Ken Johnson Road from UN Drive around the UL, passing before the mansion, I will have to abide by the rules that the police is trying to enforce. Contrary to that, then I'm trying not to be law-abiding. And I empathize with the economic situation. We understand that some of these motorcycles are bread-winning tools, vehicles that are applied in the street and bringing money back. But who told you if you ran your motorcycle from Douala to Pearl River, you will not get money? Who said if you ran from Nizo, using Nizo Road, going to Johnsonville, going to Bannerville, going to Carware, going from Jacobtown to Pinsville, you wouldn't get money? You will get money, right? So the argument that if they don't come through Central Monrovia, they're not going to get money, it does not justify anything to me. I think somebody is just trying to be publicly disobedient to the laws that we have in our country. I've gone several times in Cote d'Ivoire and other big cities around the world. In there a certain district in Ivory Coast, you cannot ride motorcycles. And people talk about infringement of movement. No one is stopping you from carrying your motorcycle there. They're just stopping you from transporting passengers. If you got a private bike and you're riding there, it's a form of transportation for you. I'm not sure they are trying to stop you from doing that. And I need to research to figure out which kind of bikes they are stopping. But just from the holistic perspective, transportation route could be used in other areas besides bringing bikes to Central Monrovia. So I thought the protest, even though it was structured, it was peaceful, it was unnecessary.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Uncle Sam, let's hear you on your view about the protest today.
Look, I'm sure Paul will know about this document. In 2008, it was written the National Conflict Mapping by Archibald and Mulbach. Talk about the lack of structure in the post-war reconstruction, right? The fact that you had an economy that was destroyed 90%. Rebuilding that economy means that you have to put a lot of energy into doing what? Human capital, right? 80.9% of your workforce, those people ages 16 to 65, are in a, what we call it, vulnerable employment. So the structure of your economy is problematic. Because you have that structure of economy, you have limited wage employment. Wage employment are people who don't go to work and get paid and they get benefits. But 80.9% of your population, like in the informal workforce, mostly what? Subsistence farming, right? Then you have post-war reconstruction, where you don't do a professional, a really comprehensive rehabilitation, reintegration, right? And 70% of your population is under the age of 35. There will be no 50-year-old pimping and keke drivers. So what happens when they reach those ages? What will the society look like 10, 15, 20 years from now? Post-war reconstruction in this 40th year. It's so something robust, something sensible has to be done about the pimping. In 2012, we looked at the employment figure. from 2012. That was the last time we did any kind of employment figure. Okay. The pimping industry created more jobs than Money and Penny. The Money and Penny. You have hundreds of thousands of people involved in the pimping and keke industry. What has happened is then in the city of Monrovia, the most efficient form of transportation is what? Pimping and keke. How did that happen? So we dropped the ball. Stanton will drop the ball. And instead of doing something that will minimize the headaches and all of that, we did not reach out to these young men as stakeholders, and we educate them on the benefits of safety and the benefits of not being in certain area in the commercial business district. None of that.
Thank you, Uncle
Sam.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Thank you a lot. We're going to go to our brother Patrick. Talk to us for that.
So before I begin, CEO, protest is a moral necessity. It's guaranteed on our Constitution, Article 1 and 17. And anybody, whether professional, unprofessional, educated, uneducated, you have the right under our Constitution to demand answers from our leaders. And the crafters of our Constitution, they were aware that there will come a time when leaders will be very adamant. They will not listen to the people. So they instruct Article 1 and 17 under our Constitution that these people can demand answer from their leaders. But let me say this. I don't support the fact that collective guilt, one group of people misbehave in an organization and the entire organization is punished. I don't subscribe to that. However, it is imperative to state there are some disgruntled elements within the motorcycle union of this country. I've had personal interactions with them. As a matter of fact, I ride bikes most of the time. I hate to be in the traffic for long. And some of them are professionals and some of them are not. Sometimes I go on surveillance just to know how they think, how they ride. Sometimes I teach them customer service. Somebody get on your back, you don't even say hello to them, you just start moving. So what happened today, it is a wake-up call for the government. And let me say this to the President of the Republic of Liberia. I can say clearly without fear that almost 60% of those that were on the street today, they were very instrumental in electing President Joseph Boakai as president of this country. Therefore, it has become a constituent for the Unity Party. And mind you, the current chairman of the Unity Party is the board chairman. I don't know whether he stayed there, but before the election, he was the board chairman of the Motorcyclist Union of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. Luther Tappe. So to see people he once led protesting against the government he brought to power, that we need to investigate as to whether he's doing a job, how these people managed to come on the street when he was former board chairman of the Motorcyclist Union of the Republic of Liberia and Unity Party chairman at the same time. Something is wrong. In conclusion, the police director, I know him to be a tax-oriented kind of person. The police is challenged. No support for the police. I have seen particularly police officers being insulted and humiliated. I ride back, I am a very good customer of motorcycles in this country. But the motorcyclists, they have something in common. They are never wrong. When they hate you and nothing happened to their backs, they go with it. If something small happened to them, it's a problem. I'll give you an instance. Somewhere around the bypass, somebody is trying to pass between the traffic and hit my car. I said, my man, why would you ride like this? You would never believe the man had a water split it in my face and caused my mother a move.
Thank you,
But that
Brother
does not
Patrick.
mean all the motorcyclists are not the same. I don't subscribe
Thank
to
you,
the
VP.
fact that all the motorcyclists should be penalized. Those who committed traffic rules they should be penalized. And the
Brother
other
Patrick, thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Tamba. Tamba, it's good that you're joining us. We give you 2 minutes. What say you on this protest?
Thank you, Stanton, for having me again today. It's a pleasure to be here. Dr. Richardson and I, we haven't interacted much, but I look forward to interacting with you as well. So what is happening today, I'm not surprised by the protests of motorcyclists. I think all of the stories my fellow panelists have shared, I have experienced those. Sometimes you are driving in a very nice car, your glasses are up, your AC is up, and the motorcyclists basically will kick your car because they are always right? And that's the pent-up anger we've seen in the streets of Liberia. But today's protest, first of all, I think we should commend the police for the level of restraint that they're showing and professionalism that they have tried to really exhibit, which should be the standard going forward. But there's a standoff. There's a standoff between the police and the motorcyclists. And a country like Liberia, I don't want to go make an example with Senegal, where someone talk about the young people. I think Uncle Sam talked about the young people being over 60 or 70% of the population. That's a large segment of our voting population that are in Monrovia today. It's a concentration. So it is easy to just look at the faults, right? And our people say, when you stump your foot and you fall, don't look at where you have fallen. Go back and look where you stump your foot. We understand the limitation that's been posed on the motorcyclists, and we understand the genesis of some of the problem due to insecurity. At some point, people are using motorcycles, criminals, to get into certain communities, and violence was getting out of control. And that's how the restrictions begin for certain parts of town. However, this also remains an economic activity for these people. There's one thing I agree with Gray on, it is a bread and butter issue. So we shouldn't just overlook it. We have to sit down. And I think my recommendation would be the government should actually sit with these motorcyclists, try to find a solution. You can't just sit and say, well, I listened to the IG's statement where he said he's in charge. And I could see that he was a little bit angry. It was tense. But it shouldn't be a position where everyone's saying, well, either we're going to protest, you can do what you want to do with us, or you can come here because we have told you not to come here. This is a macroeconomic activity. We need to find solution. We need to bring these parties together, have a conversation, and try to find solutions. And let me just make one more point, Stanton. The analogy I made is that, you see, Liberia's economic model doesn't work for the common man. You got your entire economy, our entire economy controlled by foreigners. And I'm not anti-foreigner, by the way. But we have an economy where even the store boys, where the accountant, in Indian, Lebanese, Chinese stores are people that have to bring from their countries to hire them. We have a problem. We have people graduating university, they got to go ride pempen and keke. We have a problem. So there's a lot to be done. There has to be a compromise if we're going to require helmets and training and safety protocols for people to get back on the street to ride their motorcycles. Then this is some of the solution we should start thinking about. But we shouldn't just take a position and we say we cannot dialogue.
Thank you very much. I want to say it was a spoon round on this one. I want to welcome all of you again, guys. Please share the show. We are going to show the presentation to the American embassy. When they went there, let's listen, and then we will close up on this issue. I will say my piece. From there, we will go to listen to what the president had to say today in his cabinet meeting. But I think the protests were very peaceful. I applaud the leadership. We know we got 2 to 3 different sides when you talk about this protest. I do believe I heard them saying they will protest every Monday. They want to protest that Gregory can listen to them. Gregory was very defiant today, and he said that they will not be on the street. So now it's a talk of war between the protester and that of the Liberia National Police. Now, they presented their document to the UN, presented one to the Divided House and they presented one to the American. Let's listen to what the American representative had to say today.
How we doing, Jordan? Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Looking good, man. How did things go today?
Yeah. They were all peaceful.
Okay, it was very peaceful.
Very peaceful.
That's good. That's good. Did you guys get a chance to stop by the UN?
Yeah, we stopped by the UN. We presented our petition. We stopped at the legislature. We presented our petition. And we are here finally to present our petition to the U.S. Embassy.
Well, thank you. I'm honored to take it. I appreciate the LNP, all the work you guys have done to keep things peaceful today. Thank you to the LNP. Thank you to your group for everybody keeping things peaceful. I will make sure that that petition gets to the ambassador. Thank you so much. It's good to see you guys again. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So,
thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And again, thanks for keeping things peaceful. Thank you very much to the LNP. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
There you have it, Dr. Richardson. They presented your statement. It was received. I mean, let's just get this thing straight. They were on the United States soil. Therefore, you can say, as everybody will say, they were in America by virtue of our own different agreements, diplomatic agreement. Once they crossed that gate, they were on the United States soil. So those gentlemen that walk in there and they presented those documents, it say a lot. And I think I can only say here, it got more weight down than someone walking and protesting and violently and their arm. That was such. Have you, Dr. Richardson? I mean, talk to us about the importance of such presentation and the seriousness of such presentation. Dr. Richardson, sorry, we got to start with Honorable Gray because we started with him, then we'll come to you. Honorable Gray, talk to us. Let's do 1 minute, please.
Yeah, just a minute. But I want to start with some of the things our friend flags. How does the policy affect committees? This policy. Take, for example, you talk about the Topman Boulevard. Does Liberia have the kind of a road network and system for detours? So assuming you take someone from EAWA Junction, the only possible detour you have in the single belt is at 20th Street. So what happens to communities?
It's solution-based. We're going to come to you, Honorable Gray. Let's stick to the topic. Let's talk about them presenting those documents at the UN.
Yeah,
at
you
the
say 1 minute, maybe then we'll
you will
close.
come to solution-based, and at solution-based, you're talking about that now, the way forward. So let's just go down and talk about their presentation, Honorable Gray.
Okay, but basically, I've always said this. Young people all around the world, in countries not just like Liberia, but all around the world, they are vulnerable and susceptible to many things that I don't want to say around the world. But when they get together and create employment for themselves, and with the kind of avalanche of support and buttress efforts by international partners to maintain the peace and security of our country, they don't want young people to be vulnerable, to be used. So the way the peacefully gather, I believe that prompted the United States government to allow them to enter the soil of the United States. I was jokingly saying to someone that today you enter America and came back. Okay, but it raises international concern, not just at the United States Embassy, but also at the United Nations headquarters, Republic of Liberia. So that message is gone to international partners. Okay,
thank you.
I heard the international media been reaching out to them. And look, this is the government doesn't have to play politics. Today, I listened to the Ministry of Transport issuing a statement denouncing the Supreme Group. When they have registered, when they form part of the union that you have series of meetings with. Okay, so the thing here is that
Gray, just 1 minute. Let's
just in closing.
Yeah, 1 minute. Let's go to Dr. Richardson. I beg you, sir. Let's go to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, the last presentation at the U.S. Embassy. Talk to us, please.
Yeah, well, the person who received the petition appeared to be excited happy that the resolution, I mean, the protest was peaceful. One of the questions they asked, how was it today? And the guy said it was a peaceful protest. And he said, did you guys visit the UN? So in my thought is like, okay, we want this to be an international negotiation. We don't want it to just rely on the heads of the United States only. So it was good that they gave them that kind of encouragement. But we have to go back to the political economic involvement. Now the international community is involved with us. They have to look at this from a political and economic standpoint. They have to kind of look at addressing these two paramount questions, which is, how can we address the economic crisis of the motorcyclists? Number one, how can we address the economic situation of Liberia, where these people are making money? That's where they make their bread and butter from, driving. And at the same time, how can we maintain the safety and beautification? I want to add beautification. Not many cities around the world, major cities that you go in, except maybe some cities in India, where you just see motorcyclists just flying. Major cities around the world. Maybe I have not visited all of them, but I can tell you that not many major cities where you just see motorcyclists vying economically for passengers.
Thanks, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. Paul Kennedy, your 1 minute on this. Let's close on this topic. They presented the document to the U.S.
It was just symbolic. That presentation I consider symbolic. And like Dr. Francis said, maybe the American ambassador may see it necessary to begin to get into engaging the various stakeholders, because, in Liberia, we respect America. But even here in Washington, where we live, you can't ride back there without helmet. You can't pass with bike in certain areas. When the police tell you you're not coming there, you're not coming there, right? I don't think the police is stopping motorcycles from riding everywhere in Monrovia. They are restricting them on certain major streets in the country. They've given them the opportunity to ride other places to generate their income. But to come into the middle of the city pose some challenges for the ordinance of our city, for the decency of our city, to invite and bring investors. They pussy motorcycle riding towards them. Some investors get, threatened. I think we should begin to think about skill building opportunity for these people. When they voted for President Boakai, he did not want to perpetuate them as motorcyclists. Let them create trade unions for these guys to go to school, to build up some livelihood skills and restore them their economic value. They think they are doing to them, trying people are here, let them ride. You don't want them to be perpetual motorcyclists. You don't want that.
Thank you. I'm kind of, I don't know what it's mean. I'm confused if I listen to Paul Kennedy. The dry animal is sweet, but that's your last piece of meat. What you'll be eating before you dry that animal, it's like, okay, President Barker, I'm gonna build career program for them. President Barker, I'm gonna do this, but don't put them on the street, keep them in Noir Panton, that they will not make the money they make if they hit the street. The Broad Street area. You have other means of getting to Broad Street. You got two bridges. You get Charlestown. You get the seaside of Singer. You got other means. If you put a good diagram together, I think people will make money. But to just tell them, so you'll get off the street because there was an incident and somebody died or two individuals died without any, you're not resolving the problem. There is no solution, to make these guys learn to earn money. Number one, the president said we need to create jobs. When he was speaking today, and we get to it. And I just, said, but Mr. President, look through the window. He said we need to create jobs for the youth. It's true, because the youth are protesting. No job. You take away the motorbike from them. You take away that which they're supposed to live on. And now you're saying create jobs. You got but 3 years to go, Mr. President. But 3 years. Where's the job coming from? The president said we got to bring investors and sign no paper. No, Mr. President, it's you. The president said, let's review CTN. Though he didn't say CTN, he skipped CTN. He said, let's go back and look at the document for MedTech. Mr. President, the Senate did that for you already. It's on your desk. What you waiting for? So who's the problem here? The young men and women are the problem, or the president and his government are the problem? So I just want us to get into it. What's the main problem? The main problem, we want to beautify the city, yes. Want the guys to stay in Jagon, Sangon, and everywhere, yes. But you got nothing to offer them, but to take away the motorbike.
Stanton, I think you just
said. Let's run with the other people that we just said.
I want to just highlight a beautiful point that you said. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you just said we have to find ways to make them make money. You know, they don't have to apply the Tottenham Boulevard. They can go. There's other. I know we have poor access to mean conducts in Morovia, but there's other ways that they can make money. And you said maybe part of the negotiation could be showing them, educating them different ways that they can go to get to where they want to take their passengers to. And that's all I wanted to add. I think that's
you're right. We can do a whole diagram, and these people will use the diagram.
Yes.
Well, for the president to say we gotta create jobs, you're taking 17,000 people out of creating jobs, turning them into zocos, of course, turning them into rogues. They will be breaking in home, God forbid, because while you took away the motorbike, you took away the keke. You said they shouldn't come on Broad Street. They shouldn't go on Carey Street. They shouldn't go on Macklin Street. They should stay in the neighborhood. Who in the neighborhood going to make money?
You cannot
defend this government, Uncle Sam. How will you make money in the neighborhood? Job creation is paramount. The president said investors want to come. You hurry up and sign the document. Investors want to come from where? The one you got. What are they doing? Uncle Sam, talk to us. Let's close on this thing, because listen to the president as if to say the president is from another dimension. And I don't want to use the word Vendetta Patrick would use. But the president from another dimension, and the government is operating on another planet, Uncle Sam. For the president to say the young people need jobs, but you're taking all the motorbike and the pepe and the keke, and you're beating them on the street. After they pay for helmets, after they pay the insurance, after they pay everything. But you're telling us that no, we must create jobs, and you're saying those responsible to sign on those concessions should start signing on them. Mr. President, the ball is in your court. Go for it. You got but 3 years to go. If you can fix it now, Mr. President, 2025 gone. We in March. Talk to me, Uncle Sam.
Look. Income is the base of the economy. When people earn money, they can buy food, they can go to the hospital, and the job of the government is to create an enabling environment to create jobs, but not just jobs in the extractive sector, where you're talking about your iron ore and your gold, where $700 million worth of gold is exported out of this country, 670 by B Mountain. Does the city of King George in Cape Town County look like a city where almost $700 million worth of gold came out of? It's about to do something creative, diversing economic output, and in simple way, it means that my Kemane and my water there, we got to be doing something different. We got to create factories. We got to create roads. We got to have enough energy. And what do? We need money. And we have the money. A country with about 1 trillion plus in mineral asset. And I didn't even count your wood processing, where you have more than 50% in the Upper Guinea region. You can do carbon credits. You can create a wood processing industry. You can create factories. You can do all these things. There is not one mention, I don't believe, of transforming the pimping and keke riders into productive citizens, either in the PAPD or in the arrest agenda. Think about that. The hundreds of thousands of your young people are involved in that industry. And both the PAPD and the arrest agenda don't make one suggestion, don't give you one policy prescription or one proposal have to transform that industry. That says a lot.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Vanilla Patrick, let's close on this thing. We're going to run with the rest of the story. Vanilla Patrick.
Yeah, so CEO, let me speak to the leadership of the Motorcyclist Union. You know, sometimes you have to look at timing. I do respect the protest is guaranteed under the Constitution, Article 1 and 17, to petition their leaders. But the very embassy you went to today, the United States Embassy, the current president of the United States of America signed an executive order to withdraw U.S. from U.S. bodies, including Human Rights Council. And everything you went over there today, you were talking about human rights violation and XYZ. This president of the United States has withdrawn the United States from the UN, United Nations, of which Liberia is a part. We don't want to be part, for reason best known to himself. So everything you want to go say over there today, the UN, let me tell you, maybe you don't know about diplomatic cables. When they send it, anything relating to what you said today, it's not going to be giving that exuberance, that attention as it was, because this president of the United States has officially withdrawn the United States from the UN body, specifically on human rights. My best suggestion is to dialogue. Many of you are good people, you have families. The same way the police, some of them, they are elders, they are pastors. CEO, I met a police officer on guard. This man is a deacon in his church. He said, Mr. Patrice, while we are come on the street and violate the rights of another Liberian, it will be a shame to me and my pastor. Collective guilt is what destroyed this country. What I want this government to do is to set an independent body to investigate the police and the pepper riders and come up with recommendations to advance to this president to take an action. There are some good police officers and there are some terrible bad ones. There are good pepper riders and there are also terrible bad ones. Therefore, the police and the pepper rider are into conflict. Then the police go and investigate. I think in my mind, it will be counterproductive. If I was the president, or I'm suggesting to the president, can set up an independent body to investigate this situation, to advance recommendation to the president to come up with a solution so that this thing cannot continue. But there's no way we can progress when we continue to move like this. But see, let me conclude on this.
Thank you. You concluded already, please. Tamba, can you come in?
Yes, thank you, Stanton. Oh, follow way. Let me come in a little bit. So first of all, I do agree with the my colleague who said that Paul just said that today's petition at the U.S. Embassy was symbolic, very symbolic. Here's why. When America sneezes, Liberia catches cold, but there's no. It's not equal. The relationship is not balanced. If Liberia sneezes, America doesn't catch a cold. But America's, antennas will go up because they have their investments there. They have some of the largest concessionaire companies that pay taxes into the American economy. So it will go in their security briefing. They will put their people on alert just in case they need extra protection. When their citizens are traveling across Liberia, they advise them to be safe when protest is taking place. That's what they will do. But they won't intervene in an internal matter. They will not. We have an opportunity here. First of all, it's late this year because the budget has been passed. I think on my second appearance here, I talk a little bit about the budget process. That's the tool that the government is using to invest into social economic development programs across Liberia. But the entire budget process is broken because the majority of money is going to individuals, the spineless legislators. That's we got to start there. Make resources available to begin to think of programs to help these young people, the graduates, to see how we can help them build skills, create industries, innovate, find Liberians, bring them in. There are private sector people who are interested in helping Liberia, but we have to find them to bring them together. And
thank you very much. Tana, thank you very much. We appreciate your visit on the Spoon Talk. I called it visit because you know, we in and out with this thing. Honorable Gray, I believe you spoke on the second round, though, right? You were the first. Then from that, I went to Dr. Richardson. I want us to move on. There's a lot to discuss. Let me just put this video up real quick, and then we can make
a concluding statement, but you said I should wait.
Go ahead, Honorable Gray. Then you closer on this, please.
Yeah, look, Stanley, this is a very serious economic issue. It borders on national security. I was just speaking to a friend from Accra, or legislator. He just sent me the 2012 Ghanaian road traffic regulation. Do you know that they passed a law in Ghana that no tricycle or motorcycle should ply the street for commercial reasons? There's a law, but the law is not enforceable. Because they've come to realize, I was just speaking with him on the phone, that this is one of the biggest sectors of employment across the entire Africa. Not just Ghana, not Liberia, Kenya, everywhere. Tama spoke of something very important. The protective measures, for example, wearing the gears, making sure that they are registered, how they plow the street. Do we have the road network in Liberia? I think we're talking about that people can plow certain areas. The police is not even restricting our city center. They're talking from the EAWA belt all the way to the executive mansion. That's the main concentration by the police. That's the major concentration. So it means that pedestrians, commuters will be deprived. Or school-going children, the bulk of them, especially colleges or university, they use the motorcycle. There's a big challenge. So if we put the necessary regulations into place in terms of the protective gears, they've done the registration, everything. You could easily say, okay, from ERWA Junction, when you get to 20th Street, you detour. Because that's the only detour in the single belt. Left and right. You get to Vamma, you can only go right. When you're coming from ERWA side, you can't go left. We don't have the kind of a road network, we don't have the system. So for the police director to say they would not do it for me, it's a bluff, because at the end of the day, the government will have to succumb. Because the president just spoke today. He talked about employment. A lot of young people, he talking about training people. A lot of people graduate from colleges, they don't have jobs to do. How do you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, thank you very much. Let's move to the president. What he said. We're going to start with the three missing boards first, because it's only important we have Samuka Conant in studio that will be speaking to us. He's the spokesperson for the three missing boards. This is what President Bouaka said today. Let's play.
Those missing children, we're not going to leave that unresolved. The missing $16 billion, we're not going to leave that unresolved. We're not going to leave anything unresolved. We want to know what happened. Let the public know what happened. So no intimidation, nothing going to work with us. If the minister needs help in making sure that those cases come to the forefront, we'll do it. But we want to make sure that the Liberians know that they have a government that they can depend on.
So there you have it. The three missing men, the three missing boys, the three missing Liberians, under George Manawia leadership, that we had the three missing folks. It's only important for us to discuss this seriously. Last year, Gregory Coleman came out. He and member of the Justice Ministry, and this is what he said. Let me bring in the investigator first, then we'll listen to Gregory Coleman. But you can decide, though, what's going on here.
Did the president know that this case was already closed by the Justice Ministry? Were there any caveat to this to say, well, we closed the case, but we can reopen it? I'm asking you because the Liberia National Police under this government, Gregory Coleman, this is what he said after this gentleman spoke. Listen, please.
Established that Siafa Boyman, Robert Blamo Jr., and Bobby Banquet, who were victimized during the process, were in the canoe were capsized on the St. Paul River on October 17, 2020. It was established that Siafa Boyman got drowned. The body was discovered. The body was identified by eyewitnesses based upon the clothes that he was wearing. But the other two bodies, in question of Robert Blamo Jr. and Barbara Banquet, we did not find them, or we have not discovered, or who knew they were at the present. So, in accordance with Chapter 25 and Subchapter 25.3 of the Civil Procedure Law of the Republic of Liberia, with caption, from our investigation conclusion, it was natural.
The missing boys, as the investigator rightfully said, one person has been identified, and the body that was retrieved was carefully analyzed. There were no body parts seen to be missing, which would have indicated some ritualistic activities around it. The corpse was intact. The shoes were still on the feet. The clothes were still on the body that was recovered, and that matched with the eyewitnesses who were on the scene from both ends of the river, where he left his motorbike and boarded the canoe. So when the body was recovered, they were able to identify that yes, this was one of the people who did get on the canoe. So one person has been declared dead, and two persons missing in accordance with the law until we reach a period of 7 years. If we do not find or hear from them, at that point in time, then they can be declared dead. But for now, the other two are declared missing, and there's no criminality established so far in this case.
So are we, Dr. Richardson, sorry, I've been bringing Uncle Sam first. Are we listening to some contradiction? You listen to the president that we are about to open this thing. He have given an instruction to the justice minister, and the justice minister was sitting right there clapping. Uncle Sam, did they tell the president that they have already closed this case? What was going through your mind right now, Uncle Sam?
Circumference 101. Circumference 101. Disjointed, lack of coordination. And I mean, clearly there is no coordination. Or worse, president may not know. And that would be the scary part. The most important issue in Liberia today, Zogos. You never heard him talk about Zogos and drug enforcement. You never heard him talk about lack of electricity, limited electricity access in the country. You never heard him talk about unemployment, right? He did youth unemployment to a certain extent, but he didn't say how they would proceed. The issue of the missing boys, by his own administration, the National Police, was laid to rest. Bringing it up today, I'm completely flabbergasted. I don't know why he did, but we just have to leave it alone and hope and pray that it is not what it looks like. But it's up to the people who, and the fact that the justice minister was clapping, and they were clapping in the cabinet, it says a lot about who we are as a people and where we are. That's all.
I did not, Dr. Richard, say I'm confused though. Prior to them coming out with the announcement, did they tell the president? Was the president informed that we're going to announce to the nation that we have come to a conclusion
in the case of the 3 missing boys, and these are our findings, Mr. President, with the president brief, and it isn't even more seriously. It just happened. After we beat on George Manawia government, after we said, as report came in, that George Manawia took those 3 missing boys kidnapped for his own, after people say everything, the government came into power in less than 6 months. And it said we got no case on George Manawia and his government. These were accidents. Dr. Richardson, talk to me. What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm not sure what was happening today with the president and his cabinet ministers. Obviously, they were talking about old issues that are not relevant to the Liberian people. We definitely know the police director, Gregory Coleman, came on many platforms in Liberia and mentioned that, you know, the case was ended after 7 years. He even cited Liberian law. After 7 years, if you can't find a missing person, there's nothing you can do. It's a dead case. So I don't know what was happening today, if they didn't update the president or who wrote whatever they wrote for him to utter to the Liberian people. It just wasn't clear to me. And also to mention, you know, 16 billion missing. I mean, we had a whole pro report on that, on the 60 billion. They even got the Americans involved with the pro report. So to tell you the truth,
let me hold you. Under whose administration the whole 16 billion thing started? And when the money of the 16 billion started coming, if you go back in history, maybe at the time President Baga was vice president, when he rolled over to 16 billion and fall under George Manawia, where we can question that, but we had a whole report they called the current report, like you are saying. But are these people really lying to the president? Yeah, or are this? No. Dr. Richardson, let us get something straight now. Are they coming out with their intent? Now, I want you guys to look at something when I play the clip, right? When you see Oswald Twain, his new best friend, Sylvester Grisby, his new best friend, Sarah Besloyanti, they're all like they are pretending. When the president's speaking, they say, listen, man, they're all moving in that pretend spirit, Dr. Richardson, that we don't like you. You brought us and we destroyed you. Hell, ladies and gentlemen, help us. For the sake of good heaven. What's going on, President Boyga?
Yeah.
Who's there advising the president?
And to conclude, like, we want a robust president, someone who will bring changes to the Liberian people, someone who will address the affairs of the Liberian people. Like, you know, electricity is a problem in the country. That's kind of what I hope that today's cabinet meeting would have focused on: electricity, education, agriculture. You know, how are we going to make up for this United States news that we have in the geopolitics changes in the world? Those were the kind of things that I expected to be focusing on. But we are focusing on things like, you know, missing 3 boys and Crow report and all of those things. It just saddens me that.
Before I do that, I'm going to bring in Samuka Dr. Richardson. Thank you. He's the spokesperson for the family, right? Let me do something. Let's say this. Let's take a little spin. We'll go to the rest of the guys here. If the case should be reopened, then they shouldn't have closed the case. If the new and also Twa came in with everything, why did they close the case in the first place? Welcome to the show, my brother Samuka Alcona. It's good to have you. I know you've been patient and waiting. We gave you the time, but I'm troubled. Why they close the case and why are they opening it now? Samuka, welcome. We're not hearing Samuka and Nelson. Nelson, you got to come. Okay, hold on, Samuka. All right, is Nelson in there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. We're on close.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can hear you now. Welcome to the show. It's good to have you, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Starter. I'm Samuka V. Connie, a spokesperson for the 3 missing boys case. I so much appreciate and I would love you guys all to really exercise some restraint and time to really hear me out. So I'm listening to all of the discussion you're having. First of this kind, almost 5 years. Every effort we apply to get to the particular network to make the world understand our plight has put fruit out. I'm very thankful to God that tonight at least I've appeared. So it is very much.
I think you are wrong. We have some representative here. We ran with the story about the 3 Mason boss on this network. Even Simose threatened one of our star Gloria, who is no longer with us. We had to take her out of the country. We went above and beyond to discuss this story. So I think you are wrong. But make your case tonight.
Okay, I will do that. But apart from I'm the spokesperson, if I've made it because I know appear on the show, okay, let's just put that aside. Basically, there is an amazing link here in the entire thing. All right, to get its case concluded in the absence of the last discussion we had with Gregory at the police station. It's unfortunate. Few things were lacking. The clip of the children being drowned. We asked the police investigator a few questions. Please try to trace the call logs. It took the police authority 2 years, 6 months to trace call logs. Because if you're clean that the children got drowned, there are fools who are not being retained. My nephew, Shafa Boyman, one of the 3 Mason.
Can I ask you a question just to make progress, please? Why do you think Gregory and the Justice Department closed this case?
Yes, sir. Gregory alluded to the fact that when we finally met him, when we had a conference, when they opened the file, when they opened the case file, we were there. I made a representation, and I let them understand the dead body in question now being shown to us. The last dead body is my nephew. But then the question here is to the investigator: is this body that I know to be my nephew? Where was this body for the last 3 to 4 years? So indicatively, we come to realize that they have attempted this body approaching an advanced state of decomposition beyond recognition for whatever reason they do it. Because if this body has been brought up from the very inception, what is the essence of Samuka Kone making this disclaimer that the body in question was not his nephew? There must be a reason why you hate this body here. You display to us so many different dead bodies. In replacement of a single body, you claim that you formed. This is the amazing part. Kotu Brown is aware they got pictorial of different dead bodies presented to us, but you may claim before one body. And the body that has to do with Safa Boyman's body, it will be disclosed to us 3 years, 6 months after. My question there is, even to Gregory Coleman.
So to answer my question, why Gregory Coleman and the Justice Department honored this government closed the case?
This is what I'm telling you. On the basis that we are accepted that the body in question, I want you to listen. The body in question is my nephew. If the body in question is my nephew, then is the body discovered? No. If the body in question is my nephew.
So hold on 1 minute. But Samuka, don't rush. We'll keep you as long as you want. Allow us to ask you a question, because this is a fast-moving thing. I've been there before. After you identify the body, and again have our sympathy. After you identify the body, then Gregory said, but then we're closing the case. Is that what you say? I'm not understanding the reason why Gregory closed the case.
Now, the investigator for Gregory concluded that the idea that we agree that the body in question is my nephew, it means that it's the body discovered from the drowning. I said, no. No. The reason is simple. The body identified to be my nephew as one of the boys, you will be able to tell the world where the dead body has been all along that you did not bring to until 3 years after. What is the motive behind this action? According to the Kuna answer. So the only ran with the idea that, oh yeah, it's one of the body, therefore the case is closed. And almost all of the followers of the story is the same old mindset that they are carrying. So we come at the same point. They were basic. First, you claim that they got drowned. How would they have gotten drowned when that fool was still drinking until 1 week after? They could not answer that question. Bring the call logs. They got drowned on the 17th of October 2020, but that fool was still drinking up to the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th of the 6th October. How could a drowned man fool still be drinking? Trace the call log. It took the government 2 years, 6 months to produce call log. And the call log they produced, they were there to drink the call logs. Now, besides that, we came to the point. Patrick Suru went to tell us that they were interested in conducting an autopsy. I told Patrick Suru, why you want to conduct autopsies? Tell me, why you want to conduct an autopsy? Because firstly, you can only conduct an autopsy in order to be able to establish what? I call it Cause of death. We are not interested in the cause of death now because you said they got drowned. We are interested because you want to actually bring this particular autopsy to be able to understand where the children are. Tell us what is the cause of that food drinking, and you see that they are getting drowned. They were able to answer the question. That one. The second phase of it, Akimba told them. I said, Padre Suru, let me be very honest with you. With a kind of a skimmation of information around here and there and so on, they were taking for the children are missing. You are making sure they appear more suspicious. The entire police force must have a very serious clash. Every time they keep because they look at me to be somebody who are very much tough. I cannot accept the lies. They try to concoct a story, but it could not actually wrestle with anybody who is rational. We went beyond that point. I told them, I said, you know what? Padre Suru, we received intelligence that our boys are alive. And where they were, and it was the fight. They showed different areas. Every time we made to go to this area, they created a blockade. So to the point, I said, well, Padre Suru, you want to actually contain blood from any of the mother, so you know where the children are. You will pretend as if the blood you expunging from the mother is the same. I mean, where they are, you go and expunge the blood and make it appear that it's a dead body blood. You brought a dead body to us 11 days after the drowning day. Stanton, listen to this. The dead body they brought to us, it was easily identified. Now the question is, who are getting drowned 11 days after, and the body is not beyond recognition. It's easy to be recognized. We saw it. We had a display of their bodies. This body can't be any of the people. We saw them. We said no, it can't be. And besides that, 11 days after, anybody who got drowned in the water can't be this way. It would have actually approached an advanced state of decomposition. So they look at me as somebody who's giving me a hard time. Wanted to realize I received an intelligence that 3 persons were sent, in fact, to start hunting Blanco myself. If I found no more, we can't be. They started looking for me. Only because I was so vocal on the issue. I said, no, we received too many intelligence about the particular board. So we can't deal with the particular information. We drag it from that point. Now the question, the $1 million question now is, where did you have this particular body that lasting me to understand that it's my nephew 3 years, 6 months after? Where did you have that particular body? So who you have to bring at this particular 11 hours? What is the reason that you had in the body? So our claim of the body being our body is not sufficient to cause this person to be a drowned body. No. This is rationale.
Yeah, but so allow the guys to answer you. We have the report of the 3 Mason boys. The first report came from the George Manawaya government on Minister Musa Dane. If I have your number, I think you do have it. It came out December 21st, 2020. I will put it in the chat room. But if you look at the George Manawaya report, and you look at the Joseph Yima Bwaka report that they closed the case, there's nothing new. Do you know that?
This is it. They were trying to corroborate 17. They only try to corroborate 17 because you know why? They have been unable to really establish drowning. The entire group, the George Manawaya group, the Bwaka group, they have been unable to establish drowning. Because if drowning will be established, then it should be linked to clerical evidence. It should be linked to clerical evidence.
Thank you. Let me bring it.
Okay. So now, yes.
Let me bring the guys in. Let me bring the guys in. Samukat, we're so happy to have you. Don't leave. Dr. Richardson, I'm sharing the report.
Please.
Okay, go ahead, Samukat. Go ahead.
When Gregor Coma investigators concluded with us with a reminder, please, I'm emphasizing that the body in question is my nephew, one of the TD Mason boys, but please let's get to understand where this body has been all along. Don't carry the news that, oh yeah, they put a bill at that body, so it's the body that is found for drowning, so drowning is established. We told them that. So when finally, Gregor Coma did not call us until he had a press conference. When he had a press conference, I took issue with him. The whole family went to the police station. Gregor told us, well, I'm sorry, I know what you are, this was the case. But we already given all the ruling. I said, but the ruling can still be reversed.
Gregor apologized to you?
Yeah. I'm on record of saying it. In fact, when the same way I get my phone lying on your desk here, Gregor thought I was even recording him. He said, are you recording? I said, no, why must I record you? You are my younger brother. I'm not recording you.
Let me hold you that because it's good that you came in then with Dr. Richardson, what's going on here? Gregor gave an announcement. He came back to apologize. Talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
You know, Stanton, this is human life. This is a human story. I want to first of all just apologize to Mr. Kane. I want to say sorry. I'm very sorry. This can be very painful. You don't have a full closure to, you know, the death of your family member. This is investigation that Mr. Kane feels that has not ended for him. I I will understand because in our country we have a lot of limitations, and the limitation include just homicide investigation. We don't have, you know, he's saying to us he didn't get sufficient evidence for the closure of this case. So, you know, all I want to just say is I'm sorry. I want to hear more. I want to read more about this case. That's all I can say.
So Paul Kennedy, I will keep it for last. It's the reason I want to bring in Mame. We listen to Samuka. It's so good to have you. But I'm shaking right now, like Dr. Richardson said. Not only Gregory Coburn from the Liberia National Police, IG. If what Samuka is saying is true, what do you think going to happen to Gregory here? Because this is one of the biggest blunder. Well, we have another big investigation pending, which is the fire investigation from the Capitol building, and Gregory making this fumble, and now you have to apologize to the family. Now the president got to come on TV and say we're going to reopen the case. Mama, talk to me.
For me, I mean, Samuka and to the family, we say sorry for what happened. The news that is for me revealing and shocking is that the body was discovered more than 2 years later, and you were able to identify it. Where was the body kept? Who was keeping the body? If you claim this man got drowned in the water, how can his body be kept for more than 2 years to the point where the family, everybody know what can happen to the body back? After 2-3 months, everybody know what can happen. How come this body will be there for 2 years and you're able to identify it? I think that's part of the reason why there needs to be further investigation. And like the police said from the beginning, I want to make this clarification. The police said there were 3 missing boys. One of them identified, 2 remain missing. 2 remain missing. So the president's statement today to call for an investigation could be part of the reason why this man is concerned. Where are the 2 other boys? But even this one that we identify, who kept his body for more than 2 years? Where the police blunder was, there are 2 issues. Somebody is dead. The cause of death is not established. If you identify the person we said it was missing, by identifying the person doesn't mean the person died of drowning in the absence of conducting an autopsy. So yes, you identify the body after 2 years. It is not sufficient to conclude, therefore, that the person died out of drowning. I think that's where the police sleep. And that's why it is important to open the investigation on this case and also on the 2 other missing boys.
Mama, thank you very much. Samuka, before you speak, I'm going to bring in the rest of the guys. Let me bring in one of our charismatic great, right? And we'll give you a chance because you're now speaking on a lot of stuff on behalf of the family. It's good to have you in studio, Samuka. Honorable Great, you listen to Samuka. Talk to us.
Okay, I don't want to lose sight of the president's statement you played that initiated and provoked the conversation before beginning Samuka. The Unity Party ran a campaign on these accusations, like you talk about somebody taking people's kidney or $16 billion go missing, etc. The Unity Party under her administration after 1 year and a half have failed to adduce a miniature of evidence. And all indications shows that some of their supporters from Washington are now questioning their sincerity that they lie on the CDC-led administration. That's why you saw Griffith who are falling off with some of his contacts in DC. It's now it was calculated and delivered for the president to make that statement today because they lied about $16 billion. They lied that president, we have took people kidney. A blatant lie. They closed the case. The president spoke about it today. The justice minister was there clapping. Gregory is on record, according to him. He said there is no criminality established so far. The tip you play. They closed the case. They even raised the issue of 7 years. I don't know where I'm talking what Gregory said. I'm not talking what Mami didn't think. Not imagination, fact-based, not opinion. I do know that I listened to some guy very well. He said there was even a quest for an autopsy, but they rejected it. And Mami spoke about the issue of autopsy. That comes to contradict what some guy said. Also, I know there was a body that was at the Struggle Funeral Home, and they asked the family for DNA according to police sources, but they rejected doing DNA to establish whether that was one of the missing boys. Let me correct Mami. The funeral home can keep a body for 10 years once it's under investigation. I don't know where, you don't know, probably you have not been involved with funeral homes, so you may not know this. So it's not about the question of where the body was kept or I was kept for 2-3 years. Yeah, that is not strange. It happens. That's pure science. Okay, but all in all, I can say to you that I personally welcome any investigation. Like the president said something very important. He said we are not going to leave anything unresolved. It is my hope and my prayer as I sit here shaking today that the gruesome murder of Tamba in Lofa County that even involved the Internal Affairs Minister's statement will be reopened. That Joshua who died on road that Queen Johnson hang on, he bled to death. I'm hoping that case will also be open. It's very essential. I'm hoping that the $16 billion case, because of the court report, will be open when Brecker presided over the printing of that money, and 90% came under his administration. There's a resolution from the legislature of a percentage of that money, and another resolution from the central bank, the CBL, under the Brecker-led administration. Today, yes, we are glad that the president has said that. Some guy, my sympathy. I really my sympathy because we are from the same tradition technically. And those concerns are genuine concerns raised by Samukai. But my issue is that why the police director correlated the report from the CDC government? Why the justice minister correlated that, the current justice minister? They sat there today and clapped for the president. Is it memory loss? Is it memory loss by the president of the Republic of Liberia to present him as being incapacitated to remember certain things?
Are you a medical doctor now, Greg?
These are
Please do not, Tamba. We try to limit interruption, please. Please. Finish up.
No, I can understand the catharsis of Tamba, but that will be quenched tonight, mellifluously too. Okay, but you used to interview me, right? Okay, good. But they want to satisfy those who have questioned them for the nasty propagandistic attacks, misleading lies and gossip against the CDC-led administration. They cannot prove that. People are saying, so you lie on these people, all of these things. So the Mr. President, just say it for saying the sake. Let us investigate. That the president said nothing will leave untouched in terms of this investigation. Go all by let Queen Johnson be arrested today, who has a job from the
thank you very much,
administration.
We have to move. I want to bring in again. Talk to me, Paul Kennedy. Talk to me on this issue before we go back to Samuka. Then we'll listen to Uncle Sam and Ed Remy Gray. Paul Kennedy, please talk to me, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Let me extend my condolences to
your music volume in the back, please.
I don't have music playing. It's not from me.
Okay. I think they muted themselves. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. To Brother Samukai and his family, please accept my heartfelt condolences for the deceased.
I'm trying to correlate here to really understand. Brother Samukai, do you think there is a foul play moving from the past government and that the present government is in cahoots with as far as hiding the truth about your relative? Do you feel that way?
Seriously, yes.
I don't have the facts on this detail. I've not been following the story, Stanton. So all I have to do is to extend my condolences and learn more about this, because it is really difficult to understand the issue. Look, there can always be a reopening to any case when new evidence avails itself. There's always that possibility. So especially suspected homicide cases and suspected criminal cases, I don't know whether there's a statute of limitation to murder or suspected murder in Liberia. So with that, those cases can always be reopened. And I hope that the government is able to really put in some resources to bring it closer to this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul Kennedy. We can announce that the government spent almost $70-something thousand. All right, because we have the document. Before we bring you in, Samuka, can you identify this? I found your name among the relative name here, among the document I have from the three Mason boss. You are the first, right? Samuka V. Connor. That's you, right?
Yes.
What were you signing over here? You put your cell phone number, everything, in order family member. Talk to us about what they allow you guys to sign, and why were you signing these documents?
They were getting our names on the basis of knowing the connections to the Mason guys. So they asked us to actually get our names, and we gave our names as relative and our contact number. So in subsequent time, they could be able to call us for some other investigation.
Well, thank you. So because we have both documents from George Manawiya government to this government, and now you are pointing finger to the Justice Department, I would ask you, please be patient. Listen to everybody. Uncle Sam will speak. We'll go to every immigrant and Tamba, then we'll give you the rest of the time. Because one thing that blowing my phone off, you said Gregory Coleman apologized to you for the fact that they prematurely announced closure to the Mason 3 boys case. Uncle Sam.
Okay, well, Mr. Conan, I mean, I'm so, oh my God, just really, really feeling bad. I mean, have my sympathy. I can just imagine what your family is going through, over the last 5 years. But I just want you to look in our faces and tell us, what exactly does the family believe happened to the three missing boys? I mean, just cut it straightforward, no dancing around it, so we can know how the family really feel. And when you finish telling us that, give us reasons why and some degree of evidence on why you believe this is what happened. Please tell us that. I beg you.
Can I proceed straight to answer these many concerns now?
Go ahead. Then we'll bring in every immigrant, ours to do, and that of time they will be lies. Go ahead.
The families in its entirety believe that their children were killed. That is the established fact. Reasons are just very simple.
By whom? By whom?
Well, the accomplices could be Moses and the associate of Moses. Okay. I'm talking about Moses, because it is only because of time factor I would have given you the genesis. I will still try to do so. Moses, in collaboration with one Abraham Samuel, arranged for my nephew from Ipsos. Now, Moses had a kind of a Manning Creek along with Nathaniel McGee, as we were made to understand. But they were interested in an electrician to go and carry on some installation. By coincidence, when they entered the Ipsos compound where my nephew was working, because of the COVID something, they had shut down. They have a skeletal staff. So they were in pursuit of an engineer or a technician. By coincidence, they brought with him and he volunteered. Abraham Samuel from the NSA, who is a partner to Moses, made an arrangement, and Moses sent a motorbike to pick Shafar and carry Shafar to the Manning Creek. The motorbike rider happened to be Bobby Banquet, one of the three missing boys also. was contacted to carry Shafa to the creek. Shafa had left and gone to the creek. When they got there, Moses also sent complaint. He called Blambo, informing Blambo that he was interested in junior ball. That is one of the boys again, to go and work on his four-wheeler, a motorbike. So the same motorbike rider came for Blambo Jr. and took him there. So the three of them had gone there, one motorbike rider and two of the guys to go do work. They are gone on a Friday, October 17, anticipating they could have come back on because Shafa's grandmother sacrificed on the Sunday. My mother now, or on Sunday. Shafa wanted to come. So they did the work hurriedly, according to them. They did the work hurriedly. They completed the work. When they met Moses, they told Moses, oh, we have completed the work. We want to go back. Moses and Abraham Samuel said, but why can't you sleep? Because it's late. They said, no, we have to go back. From one end to another, according to Moses, he took his pills, his pressure pill, and he went to lie down. Abraham Samuel, along with some of the co-workers in the compound, decided to take them to the crossing point in their own explanation. Now, listen and listen. This is where the critical analysis comes from, where we, the family, will find it very difficult to believe that anybody who just want to exclude the surface, you will know that there is a gameplay. When you look at distances covered and time, coming to hear from Moses, calling the carry priest, who Blambo is connected to inform the carry priest that the boatmen are getting drowned. It was 6 o'clock in the compound. The walking distance is about 15 minutes. How Moses came to realize that he cannot have cast side before 8 o'clock calling the priest that the children have getting drowned. What started drowning? When they left the compound at 6 p.m. and the walking distance is about 30 minutes, and to cross the river is a distance. How so quick Moses, who had gone to bed, was able to have realized that the children had getting drowned? He had to call the carry priest in order to tell Blambo that the children are getting drowned. That one. Right after that, we came back to the point, as we were told that the children are getting drowned, we started to call their phone. Their phone were ringing. Their phone were ringing, there was no answer. So we concluded that these guys should be actually held in hostage. They were held in hostage. Then when we look, my nephew's girlfriend came and informed her that she had just talked with Shafa. How could he have spoken with Shafa who claimed that they have getting drowned? The story still continued. So we got concerned. We took onto ourselves, went straight to the area in bone mines. Blambo, the whole family. We went there, we investigated on the surrounding. People told us, nobody got drowned here. They started getting a story that you see the area, people bring him up here for sacrifice. Every year they can do it. So nobody got drowned. I spoke better to one of the residents. But it was when you have a Zanzibar cow getting involved. So when we encourage Zanzibar cow to come. But mind you, here is an interesting story. Every state actor who actually got involved in the thing, as soon as the body entered, the body was just set on straight. Prince Johnson got involved in the case, were very much females. Because one of the points that going to be Prince Johnson niece son. He got that. It will shock you all to understand that Prince Johnson called in the morning and say, you know what? You're just your older boy, go sit down. My older brother, Abraham Kwane, the third, got involved into the case. One of the lawmakers called him and told him, Mr. Kwane, he said every case that you get involved into, Abraham Kwane sat down. Bill Kwane, one of the law, he went into the case, he sat down. So we started to explain what is going on. Then from there, because you asked the question, what convinced all that they were killed? We gave him the instance of classical analysis on what transpired. Then we got to the point, Patrick Suru. Here is the controversy. Patrick Suru came and then proposed to order they were interested in the conduct of DNA after they said they had found a dead body 11 days after the drowning day. They were interested in DNA. So then, after I said, Patrick Suru, do you think you're talking to a non-scholar? What is the essence of DNA? Let's first talk about autopsy. Now, so you are Honorable Moses, you talking about autopsy. We proposed it that we were not interested in DNA, but rather autopsy. Let there be a cause of death being established before you talk about blood similarity. DNA is about blood similarity. If indeed the body you found, you claim that it's one of the body forms of drowning, then don't rush to DNA. Talk about autopsies. I raised the point. It became a controversial issue. So what they meant to, I said, no, I'm trying to be rational and technical. I'm not interested in the conduct of DNA on the particular body because the body is visible. It's clearly identifiable. It's none of the children. Why are you proposing on DNA? Then we started retrospect. News started flying that they kept the children, they took Kende, they started flying that they carried it somewhere, they took her. So I told Patrick, I said, Patrick, let me tell you, let me be clear with you. I'm convinced now that you know where the children are. You want to come expunge blood from their mothers and carry it to expunge their blood and pretend as if it's the blood of the particular dead body here, so as to come with similarity in blood. They say, oh yeah, it's true. As soon as I said, the whole police station got weak because it means that I just disclosed to them their plane. I said, no, it's not possible. We just water. We hold it from one end to other. We hold it up and down. If you heard what I would say, we're trying to be political. We're not being political. We're just trying to be rational and critically to the point. They drag it for one. They could not establish. I told them, I said, you know why? The police, you are not yet being able to establish drowning. The whole world has come to realize it. Establish drowning. And we have one intelligence who are waiting for them to establish the conduct of autopsy. We propose to it. Every step we ask the government to provide for, the government says they now have the money. The EU, so everybody was informed of the particular case. Honorable panelists, we informed. Most of them said they never have money. Can you imagine? We wrote a very institution inviting to help us so as to be able to establish the panel for investigation. The records are there. You call 100.
Thank you very much. I mean, we know there's a lot to say on this because the president have asked to reopen the case. I want to hear from Tamba. I want to hear from Colonel Gray. Then you're going to come in the game, please.
Thank you, Stanton. Bro Samuka, welcome. It's a pleasure to see you. I want to express my heartfelt condolences to you and to the families of these three boys. I have dealt with grief, with loss in my family. In 2008, for example, my younger brother, the one that comes right after me, was arrested in Mali, in Bamako. He was tortured, and he died in prison. And within less than 3 days, when they contacted us, before we could get the body to a morgue, the body was already beginning to decompose. That's how human nature is. I just want to ask you quick questions for clarity, and I'm going to make a statement, Stanton, if that's okay. You said that the police contacted you to show you this recent body, right? So all of these years that have gone by, you haven't seen this particular body just recently?
Definitely. Okay. Definitely. That is the puzzle there. Okay. Now, it's not this particular police that saw the body. Mm-hmm. So, the police put a reference in. The past government was able to assume the body 3 years almost. Okay. At JFP. Okay.
And this body is that of your nephew? Is that of your nephew?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Now, and please, to fully answer your question, yeah, it's a rational answer to the question. If I were able to have identified a body to be my nephew 3 years after, why you think I could not identify him as being he? At the time, it was just about 2-3 weeks.
Okay. All right. So what was I trying to add? Thank you for that clarification. So there are a number of scenarios here. I don't think the president misspoke today. Just like I said, that we want to investigate the case of these boys. I think the panelists have already said it. Sometimes you have to open a court case. After years of trying to find it, we've seen it, it's happened. You open a cold case because you have new clues. You have new clues that will help you to uncover the truth. And by finding one body, I'm not sure when they found the body, how the body was preserved, who was in charge of this body, which morgue the body was at. But it raises suspicion to say if these boys have been dead 2 years ago, and all of a sudden now we found one of the bodies, what happened between these 2 years? Because we know the human condition is quick to deteriorate. So that's a question for me, Stanton. I think the authorities should be invited at some point to give clarification. But for any family, when your child just get missing like that, clandestinely, under the care of somebody who they went to work in the bush somewhere, it will raise the concern that those children have been gotten missing. And
thank you very much, Tamba. Let me bring something up. Did you receive this? Samuka? Before we bring in our brother Ed, did you receive this? The recommendation from the president, Minister Dean. The investigation team makes so many recommendations. I'm trying to share this document because we have the president investigation report, and we have the Joseph Yimabwaka investigation report. Did you see this?
Yeah, I saw something like this.
Can you read it, please?
You know, I mean, I'm not going to go through it. This okay. Let me just read 1 or 2 paragraphs of this. Right, the recommendation 1 from the entire board, because we have the board members and everybody. They were recommending some serious stuff. Yet 1, that Mr. Mosey, which we call him Mosey, and Mr. Abraham Samuels be charged with perjury and contradictory negligence for lying on an oath regarding the electrical motor placed on board the Kingdom. Let me just hold you to this number 1. The report recommended certain legal action. Why do you think that Mosey will let go?
Too many things behind it. From the very onset, instead of the police becoming defensive for we, the families, the police became offensive to us. That was part of the reason why the family lost hope. If you can vividly retrospect on what transpired at Moses' funeral home, when we received the intelligence that the children were not killed, but they are being brought to town and they were being kept into Moses' funeral home, we have decided to go there to go protest and getting up. The vigor with which police resisted, just the family side, purpose to release over 50 police authority. Police guys who were brutalized.
And I can show you, it was then we had to, the management of Spoon Network, I will announce now, because the reporter that broke that story, we sent her out of the country. And she was there till actually the election was over. I will call her name is Gloria, because her life was threatened and was so concerned, and we had to send her out of the country. Now, let me move on before Conan Gray comes in. This is very important. This document, this George Manawia report, was turned over to Gregory Coleman and Jose Yimabwaka government. They saw the report, the amount of money that was spent, the recommendation, but yet and still, they say that closed case.
That's the reason why Baka said they should open it. That is the reason why President Baka said they should open it. Because let me be very much again clear record to you as it relates to the reason why Gregory extended apology. When he was reminded, Honorable RG, for God in heaven's sake, you opened the case file. I'm the spokesperson for the family. I met the investigators. I told them what important thing that, please, the dead body last shown to us is my nephew's body, is one of the boys. But please get to tell the world where that body has been. Did they tell you? He said, no, I was not too. I'm very sorry. They have the rendered judgment. Why couldn't we be called? What sense does that make to you? Because this is the cost of the issue. If you claim that the family said the body last shown to us is one of the boys, granted, you are unable to establish the cause of death. You are being unable to establish where the body has been all along. You only ran with the story, oh yeah, it's true. That one of the boys. So therefore, drowning has taken place. That is the mirage to put the people on. No. It is from that point, it's expedient that the case shall be reopened.
Senator, let me ask you a quick question. Where were the body kept? In the funeral home or where? Please speak to that.
JFK. And yes, let me just let you understand this. It was only by the fingernails and the toenails by my nephew. I got to make it up. This body has approached a technical advanced state of decomposition. I'm telling you, the nostril could not bear the same.
Thank you. Honorable Gray, Conor Gray. Thank you, Samukai. Conor Gray, can you come in? You've been quiet. Let's hear you.
You know, my brother, like others, I extend my sympathy to you and the family and other families that are involved in this debacle. I think, in my opinion, what happened here is somebody at the highest level is fully aware of what transpired with these people. But the most easiest thing the successor of that police regime could do is to just flow with the say that they drowned. But I believe that if these folks are, lost their lives based on what the police were conjecturing, it would just be easy to just bring the family in and show exactly the clue they found. We found the body, we found one body. But the fact that they prevented you from seeing the body at that point. And today they expect you to come and say, "Oh yeah, well, we told the man that the people died of drowning." That was the easiest conjecture to me. But I'm glad President Boakai opened this issue. People may not like it because it's going to hold lots of bushes. And I believe that with this time, I think, Gregory don't have the capacity to solve this kinds of issue. It's advanced, it's way behind them. So let's policing, you would just agree with what the last people said and then dismiss the issue and go away. But to be frank, I think this time you guys should push for experts to come and even conduct autopsy on those bodies. Even though this particular body you're talking about has advanced to a certain level, they will still find clue as to their death. That I can tell you. But keep pushing. I think it's because you have not let it to just tussle down the wayside. That's how the president now is and the president is not going to be the
Let me
friends of
give you information, and when you're done, we'll bring Asa in. Tama, please, we have to bring Asa in so that alternate days. Let me give you information. There's a problem with the justice system. So the justice ministry, later on, went against Gregory Kuma announcement that he made, because just what Samuka is saying, there was something in there that they felt within themselves Gregory left out. To come out openly and make such an announcement closing the case. So the Justice Department, under their Solicitor General fire, he pushed this thing and he said this case must be reopened. And the recommendation came from the SG fire to say something in this case that we must reopen because it wasn't properly closed. So you can continue, then we'll bring in Asa.
Stanton, I totally agree with the president, and anybody can mount pressure on the president, his leadership, his justice leadership team, his police, and so on and so forth. That's why I'm urging Mr. Connor to continue to push. Justice is never denied, even though it might be delayed. But if we can find the real culprit, those who are responsible for this, which I think is so close. Look, the moment expert lay hands on that on the remains of those of that your nephew, they'll be able to determine some other things. Whether they were their life ended by choking, by drowning, deliberate drowning, whether they were bashed and so on and so forth. But there's so much there to hope for. And I hope that you just lay back and expect justice to play its part this time around.
Thank you. Let's hear Asa.
Will be faced. Yeah. Thank you so much.
O'Connor, great. Thank you very much. Let's hear Asa. Asa, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So just to start up, I think the question that brought up this entire conversation, Stanton, was when you asked if President Barkai was aware of what his Justice Department through Gregory Cuomo said. That was the crux of the discussion. And let me quickly say to that in my mind, I said no. I say the president is not in charge of the government. I say the president is unaware of what is going on in the country. And let me reiterate that the police operates under the Justice Department. I don't believe that Gregory Cuomo as a person who say a thing that the heads of the Justice Department would not be aware of. And we have said repeatedly on countless occasions that my brother he called Samukai, we have always said sympathy to the family. No one deserves to die prematurely. Again, we will say it today, sympathy to you, the family, and everyone else. But I will go a different route. Samukai, I see that you try to politicize the issue of the death of those innocent people. I will go a different route. I listen to you talking. The only thing you want to do at all is to point that the George Weah government had a hand in the killing, alleged killing by you of these people. And I think you are disingenuous. It is a bad act. And you need to look at that we are talking about death of people. Let's go down memory lane. When this happened, the CDC government investigated. Someone say it took 2 years. No. It took 2 years with the lies from the Unity Party. When the CDC government investigated, Mr. Sir, the CDC government asked the family to be in charge of the autopsy. Who do you trust? Whoever you will bring to perform that? In addition to that, sir, the CDC government asked for DNA. Even if you were sure that the body you were seeing is not the body of your concern. So what would it have taken you to do DNA? What would have spoiled if you agreed with the DNA? Let's go further. The CDC government recommended charging St. Moses. The Unity Party government recommended not charging St. Moses. You yourself said you believe St. Moses and someone else had a hand. But the CDC government recommended charging them. The Unity Party government that you support.
No, Dr. Richardson, okay. I said, wait 1 minute. Dr. Richardson is just moving back and forth. Yeah, go ahead, Isaac. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Isaac, hold on.
Right.
Dr. Richardson, is your system okay? Because you're flicking us a lot. All right, I think she got to go out and come back in. Dr. Richardson, if you can yell, please log off and come back in, please. Go ahead.
Let me just end quickly. The CDC government that you don't support recommended charging St. Moses on the same case issue. The Unity Party government that you, Samuka, support said no, there was no crime. We should not charge them. Mr. Samuka, I will ask you. Your government that you support ran campaign endlessly on the issue of those missing boys. Why do you think your government today will want to agree with the CDC government conclusion of the investigation? Why will you think today your government will not prosecute St. Moses that you stated you believe had a hand in the disappearance of those boys? Take politics out of it. And I will tell you again to close, you are being disingenuous, and I don't think you are understanding what it means if someone lost their life, for which you want to come here with the Unity Party and CDC thing, and despite everything that is on the books, all you cared about is someone from CDC government did something that your Unity Party government does not want to follow up.
Thank you,
let us
Isaac.
know why you think your government, UP, will want to go with CDC government.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you all. You know what? We will give you enough time. You can do this, address Isaac, do question or concern like you did with everyone else. Samuka, talk to us.
Okay. Thank you for your blotted assertion, Isaac. I've always listened to the phone that work. I know you to just be who you have just spoken to be. And, honestly, if you really know this character they call Samuka Kone, you wouldn't say what you just said. I'm a fearless speaker. And to just conclude, I was just political. By the way, why couldn't I be political for the other debts? The child in question and I will share consanguinity connectivity. That pin, it hurts me a lot. I'm a political person. I could have chosen to take different route. I'm not shying away from anybody. I got some intellectual prowess I can engage anybody. But you tell me I want to be political when my nephew is being killed, and you want me to actually misuse my intelligence to accept lies that have been concocted by individuals who are involved into the conspiracy. My refusal to accept that own idea, maybe to be political. That's a fine way of thinking the way you thought. But let me just say this. Let me just get to the point. Do you all know, or let me make you to know, that the first thing that is being spelled out here clearly, that we are not following, or maybe we are not being told, is that these boys' kids, too many revelations came. President Weah's aide is my biological younger brother, Kalasco. They got problem with the family. They had a lot of misunderstanding. Ask him. I never shared that thought. He's my younger brother. We sail in positive direction. President Weah is a junior brother to me. I respect him. When the news became circulated everywhere, my concern was to establish where my nephew and the associates of my nephew were.
No, hold on a minute. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Can we go back to what you just said? Are you biologically related to?
Definitely. Kalasco is my mother's last child.
Oh.
All right. So I don't know what Azedo is thinking of. I'm somebody who are just the way I am. What I see is what I see. Even the unibody you're talking about, they know I'm going to be somebody who is relatively controversial.
But sir, you are not answering my question yet, sir.
No, excuse me. I said he's speaking. I just decided to get him, please. We need to understand something. Go back and finish up, Mr. Conan, please.
But he's not answering my question. I'm just.
That's
saying.
okay. I said you make your statement. You ask a question. He have to speak, please.
In the first place, the CDC government that you're talking about was the government that actually accommodate particular cases. They try to arm twist us. Because they try to arm twist us, Gregory King and try to also take the same route. You're asking me. I don't know the relationship. I don't want to go into people's personal life. I don't know what is between Gregory and Patrick Sulu. I don't know whether they are from the same fraternity or whatever. I don't know about that. So somebody could defend a party for a reason, not political reason. I'm telling you the basis that we are bringing forth. Forget about all the politics. If somebody thinks that somebody got drowned and that phone continue to ring 1 week after the drowning date, they didn't carry that phone to go leave it there. Start to think about that. How could a man get drowned? How could a man have getting drowned and the phone still continue to ring? Now, one, then you kill the idea of autopsy and DNA. I'm somebody who is knowledgeable. We propose autopsy. Patrick Sulu proposed DNA, and just because of the issue, I was emphatic. I said, Patrick, let me tell you something. You have a motive to propose DNA to us. In the absence of telling you what came this particular point that you are bringing, 11 days after the body you brought. Let me research that.
Can we pause you? Samuka, let's pause.
Samuka, you are giving wrong information.
I said, wait, we're going to control this. Samuka, 1 minute. Samuka, 1 minute. Honorable Gray will ask you, he will make the correction, then we'll bring in Mame. All right,
Yeah,
then you will do your closing, okay? Just 1 minute.
Just a
Honorable Gray,
quick
go
point.
ahead.
Just a quick point of correction. From the onset, just a quick point of correction. From the onset, some guy said on recording before Mame even came on air on this show tonight that the government asked for autopsy. And he said, why are they doing with autopsy? Go back to the tape. From the no, you weren't here. Your first statement, opening statement, Mame, don't shake your head. You were not here. I'm not
Just make your point, Honorable Gray. Forget about people shifting. Just make your point. I beg you.
So he said here that the government wanted an autopsy from the onset. His first opening statement that he made. Now he comes back now to say the government wanted DNA as opposed to autopsy. I see a contradiction in our statement that they requested for autopsy and not the government. I just
but look at the report that CEO posted up.
Can I come in and start up?
Yeah,
please,
and the report, I'm asking to read a report, which are very important to conclude not just 1 point on the recommendations.
Okay,
very important on the show, on the autopsy, on the DNA and everything. It's very important.
I understand, but the report a lot of pages. I don't have time to put everything. I'm just taking it from there. Some can hold on 1 minute.
Because it shows that the government was not rejecting autopsies.
Okay, you want me to put that short thing I posted first? Is that's what you're asking for, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, CEO. You
okay. Okay, so this is it. I beg you, some can hold on 1 minute. We gotta go to Mame. Honorable Gray, just you. What are you pointing out here?
When you posted, I can't read it because I'm using my phone now. I asked you to read. You didn't send it to me.
I did. I shared with the group. I shared with you. But it's saying one that Moses should be persecuted, right, for lying on the oath. One. That's what they are saying. The second paragraph. Excuse me.
I said good. It's good. It's good when you say you should be charged. You can put a reason why they wanted to charge him.
Yeah, for lying on an oath. That's what it said, right?
Yeah, in connection to the case.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, that's not. Don't read it, you know.
All right. Samuka, after we do this thing, we'll ask you to come back again, maybe on Wednesday, that we can discuss, because it's 7 p.m. Of course, it's 12 a.m. in Liberia. We got 2 other topics to run onto, except when we're going to make this our last topic for today. Let me say to you, Samuka, please, that a scientific investigation be performed through DNA of the body discovered, currently deposited at the JFK Memorial Medical Center, to establish whether the body has any biological lineage to family members, preferably mothers of the 3 missing children or boys. Now, is there anything else you want me to go further down, or Gray?
No, I thought say there.
Gray, I'm asking you, Honorable Gray.
Stanton, I just want you to read the entire recommendation of the public here. It's very important.
That government restrict kingdom movement at all crossing points along the Simport and all other rivers from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and impose penalties for violators. Let's go to the next one. That authority instruct police to return in and on all seized items from the 3 missing children, boys, families that were taken during the protest at St. Moses funeral parties on the Gallantry Road on November 10, 2020. The last one I will read here, that the board was unable to establish any element relating to the rule of evidence that constitute murder in this case, since the bodies have not been discovered at this time, consistent with law and not a rule of kingdom captured or sunk. Now, as per this document in the last paragraph, I can also add, and I will share this, ladies and gentlemen, we should also understand, after this report was given to Frank Musa Dean, the Justice Minister, the Liberia National Police under George Manawia refused to bring Simose, refused to prosecute Simose. And everybody followed that case. They both make recommendation, and I want people to listen. But the Justice Minister under Frank Musa Dean and Patrick Sudu refused to proceed. Am I making a mistake here, Samuka? Because I have the document.
You are not making a mistake. You are quite in place to an extent where they and the family actually have better exchange at the police station all of the times. And this is what I plan to actually bring to your attention again. Do you know that the claim of the police and their, should I say, accomplices was they made discovery of one body, one dead body. But Bishop Kotu Brown is a living testimony. Over 2-3 different bodies were being submitted to us intermittently. Has been body discovered. We got a picture of those dead bodies. So that's what people, how could you make a claim that you have found one body, but the one body contains a metamorphose? Today will be this one, tomorrow will be that. To an extent where we became so much the other way around, we placarded everything onto Facebook. And later in Australia, made claim of one of the bodies being a father that had been missing, who are working with the National Police Headquarters as a personnel director. In fact, she asked her to be able to link her to Samuel Kofi Wood so as to find that case for her. For that day, they never brought her out of there by the body. Can you imagine that? So what sort of people, I'm sorry, this brother I left? Because when it comes to anything that is considered relatively offensive to CDC, I think we will take it apart. What do I have so much yet? I got nothing extra against President Weah, but then just a fight. So you must have to think, what was the cause of the display of those multiplicity of dead bodies? Making claim a single body be formed.
So let's wrap this thing up. We're having another time. Who you think killed your son, your children, your brother? Who you think killed the 3 missing boys?
Well, specifically, we will not point at anybody who actually did the killing, but we can only tell you one thing. Conspiracy actually got rid of them. People who actually were either higher up or involved. we received to an extent where insiders were afraid for that need to be called. But they were prepared to actually tell one or two things. But how will you actually brought such a thing to limelight when those who give you the information were afraid because of that lie? To an extent where two of the ex-generals were assigned to get rid of Bravo and Samuka Kone. I have to call Adam White. I have to call the State Department. And I call that need. I made 36 radio appearances, national and international. I call that names. Somebody don't tell me what they call. They know this. I call that need and I met them. Look, I'm your senior brother. If somebody get on to go and tell me you are making a mistake, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I'm always on the alert. When that day, Sefa Normal and TKB, they never managed to come around me. Apex can allude to this. We have gone to Apex. The guy that said, place right on the on the Lee Street. And we don't to live on even else of it. When they keep say, oh, we know Brambo, we want to go send the discussion. I'm getting the intel. Let's jump over that. The bottom line is just very simple. The next time, because I should have contacted somebody, the deputy spokesperson for me is a complete statistician. He keeps every mini record on whatever transpired on the day of the purported drowning case came out. He's Pastor Elijah. He's a deputy to me. I was trying to call him, but he didn't wait in Broadway. He would have come along with me. Everything you want to know systematically, record by record. If you want us to reappear, there is nothing you want to know and we're not bringing forth to you. Regarding pictorial of dead body that have been shown to us,
let me hold you right there. We will end with this topic and continue tomorrow with the rest. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow we're going to have the lawyer of Emmanuel Nukwe based in America. He represented Emmanuel Nukwe onto the sanction case, the visa restriction. He will be in our studio here in the United States, and we're going to have a unique conversation with him while the American government dismissed Emmanuel Nukwe, Senator Emmanuel Nukwe case as per the visa restriction. We'll also continue with the story from the president recommendation about opening session into MedTech, session into CTN, and the way in which we can create jobs in the country. The cabinet meeting first of its kind this year will be discussing it. Don't forget, by Wednesday, we should also have the ECOWAS Parliament respond to the majority black by Wednesday. 2, by Wednesday, Fanatic Kofa will be appearing again at the Liberia National Police as per the investigation. We got a lot to discuss this week, and we appreciate you joining us on. Continue to share our show, continue to like our program, continue to follow us. Because of you, we are here. I just brought in a gentleman who just went off. He will come back. But let me put this up, and thank you for hanging with us. Samuka, don't you leave. I want to put this up real quick. This is the letter to Councillor Frank Musadin from the Bull. Report covering investigation of the 3 missing boys. All right, let me read it from my phone. Sorry that it's not too clear, but you can take a picture and zoom in. This report came in September 5th, 2022. This is a full report. I'm happy that President Bwaka is opening the case. But then, maybe this government rushed to its own decision to close the case. We can cherry pick. Let's listen to what the Bull said in the letter to Minister Dean. We have the honor to present our compliment and herewith forward for your perusal and appropriate action an investigative report or respond to the complaint sent to your honorable office by Mr. Robert M. Blamo Sr., Madam Gertrude Digon, and Madam Massey Conan concerning the 3 missing children or boys. This incident occurred in Bombay, St. Paul River on October 17, 2021. The board wishes to thank you for reporting your explicit confidence and support during their deliberation. Now, it's very important that the entire report match the report, maybe almost 100%, that Gregory Kuma received under the Joseph Yema Bwaka administration. We have this report from the Unity Party government. We have made our comparison, but yet and still, Gregory Kuma fell down, he fumbled, and I think
But the president opening the case again is a plus for President Bwaka. That's leadership. He didn't back off. That's leadership. And I think with these kind of mistakes and premature decision, it is concerning the Liberian people will now ask Gregory Coleman why you are proceeding the way you are proceeding. That's a whole different conversation that we can come to. Let's hear from Dr. Benedict Coley, and Mame, you will come in. You want to come in first before Dr. Benedict? Because we're trying to wrap this up.
Yeah, let me just come in briefly. 31 minutes. Akaros Gray and others, you have the right to defend your party and your government, but you will not distort the fact. The report you were referencing, that you claim the government called for autopsy and asked Stanton to display, Stanton displayed it, and the report did not call for autopsy. Instead,
no, I didn't say the report. I said some guy said you need to listen well. I said some guy from the onset. Don't distort what I said. I asked for everybody here listened very well. I said some guy from the onset, and I asked for him to read the entire report so the public can know what the report says, because I actually raised an issue on the report about the recommendations. So don't contradict what I said, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Gray and others made the argument that the CDC government called for autopsy and the family refused, and were making the case, why did you refuse? The report that was displayed showed that the government did not call for an autopsy, it called for an DNA, and Samuka has explained why they objected to DNA. You can defend the second issue. You ran all around. The government called, the government recommended the prosecution of Moses. That is the government. Who are they recommending to? If you know this man has probable cause, the probable cause to prosecute him, why don't you prosecute him? Who did you recommend your prosecution to? But the report that you referred to, Stanton put it up, you were only recommending him for prosecution for perjury. Nothing absolutely to do with the death of the children. You said they were prosecuting for perjury. That means to lie on an oath. You can't spin the truth. The report concluded finally that based on everything they did, it is concluded that they believe the children died of drowning. That is the CDC report. This is not about CDC or United Party. Somebody died. The circumstances are not clear. Some of have explained it. I will not go over it over. You bring one body today, it's different. 3 years later, you found body in the hospital, not in the funeral home. Somebody's child is dead. Forget about your party defending. Let's speak to the truth. And even if you want to defend the party on the basis of fact. See, Moses were not recommended for prosecution related to the case. It was for perjury and lying on an oath.
Mama, thank you. I'm going to bring in Dr. Benedict Cooley. Dr. Benedict, it's good that you're joining us. Sorry you came late. You can join us on Wednesday and let's have a holistic conversation while we bring in Mr. Samuka Kone and that of his. The next man you say, who is he, Mr. Samuka?
Pastor Elijah.
Pastor Elijah, they will be here for us to dig deeper into this thing. And we have the time to go over both the President Barker report and that of President George Manawara report. Dr. Cody, thank you. Talk to us.
So what did the Barker report say?
We cannot open that report right now, Greg. You know that we fast.
You can't discuss one report and have one report. You got to bring.
Listen. We never came to discuss the entire thing. We came to just run through it.
But
and I hope you understand that it's 12:15.
It's a committee report and not the police report. Mommy got it wrong.
Listen, Honorable Gray, when Mommy speak to this thing, because we have all of the report.
No, but that committee report.
No. We have Honorable Gray. Let's proceed, please.
The board report.
Dr. Cody, I beg you, Honorable Gray, please. I beg you. May it please your honor, sir. Dr. Cody, can you please unmute yourself? If you're hearing us, Dr. Benedict Cody, can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
Hi, Stanton. Can you hear me, everyone?
You are clear. Talk to us. Why are you here this morning during your time?
Firstly, deepest sympathy to the bereaved, the loss of the 3 kids. We love families. It's kind of really saddens everyone that people would die, right? So I listened into your program, and I just want to make certain clarification without siding with anyone, whatsoever. The issue, the controversy with the autopsy versus, the DNA. So usually it takes money to do the autopsy, maybe 3,000, 2,000, whatsoever it is. So when the body was found, the family in there, including the guy in the studio, was called to ID the body, to accept that, this guy was a family member before the autopsy could be proceeded with. Unfortunately, they were called repeatedly, and I can bear witness to that. They said that the remains was not their relative. On one instance, they came to JFK morgue. The body could not be kept to the morgue because it was evidence. So we kept it at JFK, and that's why it is. We could not keep it at Moses because Moses was, accused. Striker and everything, with everything involved, that's how the body got transferred to JFK. But they were called multiple times, maybe half a dozen times. Every time they came, because, the fellow that died, he was still wearing the boots, that they knew what his boots was. He has a distinctive mark, all right? His incisors, the upper incisors, they are dark brown. So if you knew this guy, anyone who knew would know that, you would know exactly who he was. So during one of the occasions, they came to the morgue, and as they were walking away after they refused that this guy was not one of their relatives or whatsoever, they were heard speaking Pele. That, oh, but the boy died, he has changed you. Oh, look at our brother. And that is how, one of the mortuary assistants told us that, but they are speaking, the judge denied this guy, but they are speaking Pele and saying that, this is their guy or whatsoever. But I say this to mean that, every death in this country get politicized. And some are also sacrificed to come and do some work in this country. There have been times when our life came on the line. And some of the guys on your panel, they are the one driving some of this. Nobody dies for nothing in this country. People die, and they are dead, just including, the Boulevard Palace guy that passed. Someone said, the president killed him. So we all have to put our eyes together. As you do that, you politicize these deaths, you put some of all at risk because you make the whole case very opinionated. So by the time a decision comes out as to what the actual cause of death is, it appears as if some of what
I hope I didn't miss you. I had to there you go. I have to put my grandson out of the office. Dr. Benedict, can you hear us? You're muted. Can you unmute?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. So that's
okay.
the fight. The fellow in there, he will bear witness that I was in a meeting with him at Justice Ministry. So after they denied that the body did not belong to them, that is how the issue of the DNA came. You said this body does not belong to you. Let's do a DNA to see who relative that is. And they asked me, I said, if the mom is alive, if a sibling is alive, we'll be able to use their, their stuff to establish kinship. They refused the DNA.
So you were part of the Dr. Cooley. You were part. I hope I pronounced your last name right. Cooley, right?
Cooley, yes.
Cooley. So you were part of the board. You were part of the board that carried on the investigation.
I was invited to the meetings as an expert multiple times, and they refused to say that the body belonged to them.
All right, let's hold you right
for
there.
the body to be ID. Yes.
Let's hold you right there, Dr. Cooley. Thank you very much. Samuka?
Samuka, could Dr. Cooley introduce himself and tell us his professional background? It would really help us to lay the premises to why.
I'm sorry, you are quite correct, Paul Kennedy. Dr. Cooley, folks may not know you. Hold on, Samuka. Yes, Samuka, hold on a minute. Samuka, you will speak. Dr. Cooley, can you please professionally introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Benedict B. Cooley. I'm a physician by training, a pathologist, an oncopathologist, yes.
In Liberia?
In Liberia, yes. So I train in Ghana, India, partly in the United States.
Thank you, Dr. Cooley. Let's hear you, Samuka.
Okay, thank you very much. This doctor who called himself, this is the doctor who received intelligence before he could even arrive at Justice Ministry that you have been compromised to kind of conduct an autopsy. And mind you, this is the same doctor who was involved in the Princess Cooper case. This particular doctor here, this is a 419. This particular young man.
No, my man, I apologize to the doctor, man. You can't do that.
Honorable Gray,
You got to show some respect. There's not a theater that you can just
the data, no, Honorable Gray.
No, we can't say we have
Samuka, hold on 1 minute. Samuka, hold on.
In a much of respect our guests in that
Samuka, hold on 1 minute. Samuka, hold on 1 minute, guys. Hold on.
Then respect the other guests too.
Honorable Moses Akaris Gray. Honorable Moses Akaris Gray. The Dr. Benedict came to contribute. Samuka is speaking. I will ask you, please allow. Hold on, Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, hold on. Honorable Gray, I beg you, sir. Samuka will speak, and Dr. Benedict will address Samuka in his closing. But we will not interrupt that. Please. I'm going to go there, Dr. Benedict. Samuka, let's go back to the issue, right? If Dr. Benedict is a 419 doctor, where he came from, please, let's just go back to the issue, please.
Provide evidence.
Go ahead, Samuka, talk to us.
Well, God, the Justice Ministry, along with Musa Dean and the panel, holistically, we've gone to be able to actually try to find a way out between DNA and autopsies. We saw the fellow that he appeared. Before he would appear, somebody already gave us an intel regarding he always be involved in the kind of manipulative autopsies and the rest of it. So when we appear, 1 or 2 persons were there, we said, oh, this is the guy they're talking about. And he showed himself that he was prepared. Actually, you have come to, to carry out the conduct of autopsies on the DNA. So I said, well, first and foremost, who is calling you to bring the idea of DNA to us? We have interesting autopsies to establish cause of death and not wanting to understand blood similarity. Why you want to force the DNA? This man, he insisted until we have very serious class there. So he put it straight to you, not straight to me. I told you, I said, I've known you. We're getting info that you were involved in the Princess Cobra case. You came with that fictitious report. So we don't want to involve in the particular case here. Everything that transpired, the families are fully aware. Why are you volunteering your service? Are you waiting to render free service? Then he coming to let the guy appear on the show. He said he's Dada Kuri. So he's only considered a Dada Kuri to Akara Moses Gray. Because he's only looking for somebody to be able to pamper their lives. And he's one of them.
Well, Samuka, thank you. We're gonna ask Dr. Benedict to close, and I appreciate you. Mr. Connett, please. We're gonna ask Dr. Benedict B. Cooley. Thank you very much for coming on and contributing. Thanks.
Yeah. So let me just close. Let me just respond to my brother in the studio. He's going through the stages of grief, and I think he got stuck in the anger phase. I totally understand. You have a lot of allegations, right? So we want all these cases to be open. We want evidence. So if there was any autopsy that we performed, I want someone to come and prove me wrong. Until that is done, everything is singing there is more or less a song. So that was the fight. They could not proceed with the autopsy because they wanted the body to be ID. And he in the studio there repeatedly, he was there with a reverend and few people. They said they didn't know this guy. Stanton, I have the pictures of this guy. I have the shoes he was wearing. I have pictures of it. I have those distinctive features. And this guy came repeatedly and he denied that the fellow was not his relative. So how was government supposed to spend $3,000-$4,000 to do an autopsy on someone who was not related to him? It was just simple logic. Then let's do DNA to establish family lineage. He refused. So how can you say DNA is a blood stuff that is going to be used to kill you or something? You all on the panel know how DNA works. So again, I'm not responsible for his limitation in knowledge. It's left with him, he can go to school. But that's the situation. Cases get politicized here. You can put a $100 bill coin in the oil, it's still a $100 bill. I'm distinct, I have a reputation, and that reputation is untainted, regardless of the noise that some of you cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benedict. We appreciate you, sir. Again, you're always welcome to contribute. And thanks for reaching out to me.
I will save
You're
your
welcome,
number.
Stato. Thank you for the great job you do. Yeah.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
That
All
Norman, a
right.
politician down there, I know him very well. That's some
All right,
guy.
let allow Dr. Richardson will give you the last word on set, and we're gonna allow Samuka to close because he got to leave. Dr. Richardson, you got the last word on this one.
Again, I want to apologize to the Connors family about the loss of their relative. This is very hard to talk about. You know, as you listen to the stories, the narrative of Mr. Kane, he talked about, you know, the body being intact. Like when the body was pulled from the water, that it was intact. I think he said nothing appeared wrong with that. I think I heard you say that, and somebody please correct me. And it just didn't add up to me, because if a body was in the water for a long time, and somebody talked about, you know, the method of decaying, how bodies decay. So it didn't add up to me. I don't know where the body was, but if the body was in the water for that long, something just did not add up to me. But what the case does, it exposes part of the investigative tools that we need for our country. It exposes that, you know, maybe if it's timeline that we need one setting up investigation, maybe we need help with that whole investigation piece, or policing, or the justice ministry. This is it's not far-fetched. It's very similar to what is happening right now within our government. But I just had some questions about, you know, when you say our body's intact, like there's nothing wrong with it, that I found that hard to believe, that when you pull a body from the water and it's been there for a couple of years, and then you say there's nothing wrong with it. Then you mentioned, how did Moses know to call the priest 8 o'clock at night? That's what you mentioned, and that was what you said. Okay, I can only take your word for it now. I want to see what when did Moses, the timeline, his phone, when did he call the priest, and what have you. But all I can say today, Liberia have a myriad of problems. Liberia have like tons and tons and tons of problems right now, and I don't know if it said, well, if it presented the president in the best light, that he will be disagreeing with his IG publicly. I don't know if that's a good leadership.
Thank you. We have that argument that Richardson allow Samuka to leave.
Not done yet.
No, we gotta allow Samuka to leave. Then we'll do our closing, Dr. Richardson. Samuka has to close.
Done. You cut me off in the middle of my speech.
Yeah, I'm making it to be last, but to do it for only 1 minute, Dr. Richardson, I'm begging you, man. Allow Samuka to finish, then we can do the closing. Please forgive me. I'm your CMC brother, please. Brother Samuka.
To the panelists of this noble network, I'm very thankful to the God of creation, and I'm thankful to you guys. You have done extremely well. But Akawa Mose Gray, you know you're my younger brother. My nephew should be your nephew. And don't think it politically. No. Trust me, that's not the case. What we need to understand is just very simple.
My man, not all that thing. You know me very good. I'm a very independent thinker. Stop
And
that.
please allow him to speak.
I said you're my younger brother. I said you want to go to Sepe. I'm
My
just
man, I'm
brother,
a
you're my younger
case
brother.
there, man. You're talking Asia.
Go ahead again, Samuka, please.
Oh,
Close
you're
the
talking
show.
about Asia. You
I beg you, Honorable Gray. I beg you, Samuka must close. Samuka, please close.
So what I want you to understand, Honorable Moses, let me call you honorable because you are an honorable man.
My man, my brother. Forget what that thing.
Please, I don't want you to actually take this thing to be CDC and Unity Party affairs. My laptop is just like a preparation by a
But
warrior.
you're accusing everybody reckless.
Honorable Gray, sorry, I have to mute you. You have to close and leave, please. We wait all of time.
Okay, my laughter is not joy. You know, the warrior at the battle front, when you see them laughing, they are preparing for grievous reaction. I'm laughing because I have to laugh as a man. But realistically, when we get to the nitty-gritty of this particular case, each and every person as a panelist will come to understand that we are talking the fight, nothing but the fight. So I want to be very appreciative of your effort to allow us, at least for the first time, to say and be able to talk it this length. And if you think you want us to appear on Wednesday, like you are saying, trust me, Pastor Lord, every concern I'll become your Pastor Elijah. Systematically, everything you want to know, day by day, time by time, everything will present.
Were you given the first report from the past government? Were you given this President Barker report from Gregory Cuomo? Did they share the reports with you?
I will share with Abla Mambi for you to send it to you.
No, I'm asking you a question. I mean, you can give it to Mom. Did they share those
what I'm
reports?
saying.
Okay.
I've already volunteered. I will send it to him for you to send it,
Again, I want to say thank you very much, Samuka. We wish you well, Mr. Connor. As always, you're welcome. Let's talk to Mambi for Wednesday. It will be very important that we can dissect the report and see exactly. But the overall concern here is that President Joseph Yimabwaka have instructed his justice minister to reopen this case. The whereabouts of Simose, we'll get into that. We got a lot of stuff to discuss when it comes to Simose Funeral Home. Samuka, thank you very much and have a good evening.
Eremy, long time, man. Eremy, nice to see you, man.
Samuka, let you know everybody. Thank you very much. Okay, let me roll with this here. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, my CMC sister. Go ahead.
Thank you, my CMC brother.
No, don't put me there, please.
Well, for you to identify yourself, just making light of it.
Okay, you're my CMC stepsister. Go ahead.
Well, I don't believe in step sister and brother in my family, so I won't accept that. But anyway, I was trying to say today, when President Buckeye asked for the case to be reopened, I think he was openly rebuking his IG. If he had that desire to reopen the case, if he had any knowledge about reopening the case, I think it's something that he could have discussed in the back. At least take that part of his speech out, okay, so that he can get all of the ideas, all of the complications that we have discussed relating to this case before uttering those words that I'm going to reopen this case, because his IG already closed the case. We had a public statement made by the IG that he closed the case, and then he referenced when people are missing in Liberia, and this is something I want you guys. I know Akara is very good at checking the law here. When somebody is missing for 7 years, okay, you can deem that case closed. That's what he said. So, and then the missing body that was shown, the man said the body was found, and there's some disagreement relating to this body. The doctor said one thing, the family member said one thing. So with all of this, I would have suggested to President Buckeye to please go in the back and talk to his IG instead of coming and say, well, I'm going to order my justice ministry to publicly open the case. That did not fare well for him at all in his government. That's what I want.
And that's exactly why now I'm thinking whether the IG to get a public whipping on this one. Because again, we got a big case here though. You're going to have the Fonati Kofa and the fire department case. If people will go about this mistake that was caused by Gregory Kuma or whosoever, then people will be so concerned that Richardson, like you are saying, what happened with this fire case? I want us to close this, and this is what we're going to put up. This is from NOAL. And NOAL has suspended few folks. NOAL has suspended few folks. The RT officer Owen Gray, that's the name. NOAL suspended him as per the investigation that is ongoing. The recommendation came from LDCC, and the RT in relationship to the misappropriation that involved the NOAL president Swakoko Dennis. He was suspended a few days ago. They also suspended the internal auditor. Internal auditor was suspended also relating to the same issue. They suspended 3 individuals. We are sharing this document with you. The internal auditor was suspended likewise, and then the comptroller was suspended. So 3 individual NOAL said, listen, you guys are suspended pending the investigation. We will keep you guys. Also, now you got 4 individuals suspended. Swakoko Dennis, you got a controller, you got the RT, and you got an internal auditor. All right. If you want to take anything all of this in your closing, we appreciate. But again, let me go through it just to run through our talking point today. Today also we saw that Mama Bridge Mensa, Taiwan Way, and Mr. Reverend Anders, and they are participating into the ECOWAS Parliament Summit in Nigeria. You saw them on the planes. In the middle right there is Alex Starter from Bombing County, Senator Alex Starter. I really don't know the other gentleman, but again, I would say to you that they are dead, and you know there's a lot of back and forth in the chat room. I've been monitoring the House of Representative chat room, the bad words, things, bad things they are saying. But these guys, then they are strong. Mama Bridge Mensa, Reverend Enders, and Tab One Way, they are on assignment. Now, people are speculating whether they will be suspended when they return. Well, we'll wait and see. The reply from ECOWAS Parliament will be on Wednesday by God's grace of the latest end of Friday, coming back to these people again. Let's just make this very clear. Empire of corruption. This is the New Republic newspaper. Got folks that will come in government 25 years plus combined. These people, what to do, they destroyed our country. But you can see the faces. I don't know. In 2 years' time, they are including Joseph Yima Bwaka. It's a good read. Try to just put it up and read it. I just want to remind everybody on Wednesday, Funa Tikofa will be going to the Liberia National Police. He is under investigation. Like you can see, let me just remind you guys, this Methodist Church issue. I wish to the late leader of the United Methodist Church, the Reverend Councilor Toba Yenswa. He will be appearing on Spoon Talk to talk about what is happening, talking about LGBTQ, whether it is only for that reason or this have to do with the property that Methodist Church owns. Toba Yenswa will be appearing on the show to discuss these different things. We want to say thank you. Don't forget, like I said, NOAL suspended 3 individuals. The IT officer, Gray. The next person they suspended is the internal auditor. They suspended him, and that of the controller, Jada, he was suspended also. We will now close the show. We're going to start with our brother in Liberia, our father, the eldest man, Uncle Sam Jackson. Uncle Sam?
The city planner. So look, I mean, really good show today. When we talk about death and the deaths of young people, it really breaks my heart, you know. And man, I see the pain, and I saw the Samaka Kone grimacing, you know, and it is very bad. But look, President Boyka needs a little bit more coordination, because bringing this case up in the public at a cabinet meeting, I think it really it impacts on the credibility of Gregory Coleman professionally. And I don't know whether President Boyka thought about it, whether it was like extemporaneous and there was not a lot of thought that went into it. Because what you basically seen to the public Republic of Liberia is that, look, my IG closed the case, but he shouldn't have closed the case. So if the IG shouldn't have closed the case and he closed the case, would there be consequences? Or you would just basically embarrass him in the public like that? And what does he do? Of course, I don't expect Gregory Coleman to be the big boy, to resign, but it would definitely impact his professional career, you know, because the entire public is now aware that that president believes the case should not have been closed, and he's basically putting it at the feet of the IG, you know, and I feel very bad for Gregory. You know, I think there should have been some kind of a back channel talk between the president and Gregory, and Gregory should have been the one that should say that we are discovering new evidence, even though we close the case. But if you have new evidence coming, sometimes they close a case, and then new evidence comes out, like a new DNA or some kind of new technology come out, and they reopen the case. You know, so I mean, just that lack of coordination. But this is symptomatic and a manifestation of how this government runs. You know, no coordination, no efficiency, haphazard, and it really does look bad. And I'm feeling bad for my friend Buster, and I hope that, you know, they can do something about it. But right now, the public is getting to feel that Buster shouldn't have closed his case, and he closed it, and he got a slap. He got not a slap on the wrist, but he got a blow to the face today.
Again, is that? Go ahead, Doctor.
No, you're saying Buster. I don't know who Buster is.
That's how we call Gregory.
Yeah,
Gregory.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uncle Sam, you only mentioning Gregory. So I know somebody with jump on this. It came from the Justice Department under Oswald Tway. So it's not only Gregory got slapped in the face, it's also the Justice Department, because that must be approved by the minister. Am I correct, Uncle Sam?
Well, but here is the thing: it's the Justice Minister that was clapping for the president reopening the case, right? So do we know whether there was a coordination between the Justice Minister and the president, and they're trying to throw Gregory under the bus? You don't know that there's just too many unanswered questions, Stanton. It's really sad.
Uncle Sam, before we go to Honorable Greg, because it's in like, what I tell you, Uncle Sam, so many investigations are at stake right now. And if the Justice Minister and the Liberia National Police fumble on this one, talk to me, 30 seconds.
But Stanton, just quickly, why would you bring in 3 firefighters from Minnesota, pretend like they are forensic fire investigators? You know, you've already arrested people, you've charged them, and you're calling people for an investigation. And then in the midst of that, you bring in 3 firefighters from Minnesota and pretend like they are forensic investigators. You know, I mean, it's just making too many mistakes. Too many mistakes. I mean, Remy, I mean, you from Minnesota, you know who those guys are. Killerman and Mr. Moline and the other guy, they're firefighters. They're not forensic investigators. Why are they making them to be forensic investigators to fool the Liberian public?
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. We have fellow man yesterday. We went through the conversation, but
he's a firefighter, Stanton.
But he have knowledge on investigation with the amount of years he professed.
One of them was demoted. The guy that was demoted,
Uncle Sam, you missed the show yesterday. Let me announce to the people, don't forget, they will be having a joint press conference tomorrow at the Liberia National Police, and Spoon will be there to carry it live. Let's just make this announcement. Thank you very much, Uncle Samuel Elders E.P. Jackson. It's always good.
Don't forget to comment, set the
planner, please. Thank you very much. Honorable Moses Akaris, great. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for joining the show today. Let's hear you, sir.
Thank you very much. Stanton, when we come to this show, we come with clarity and distinction. Let me repeat that some guy is a great talkative, very garrulous. Sometimes he forgets about what he says. And evidence to that, I want you to listen.
I want to conduct autopsy. Tell me, why you want to conduct them? Because firstly, you can only conduct an autopsy in order to be able to establish what? Why you want to conduct autopsies? Tell me, why you want to conduct them? Because firstly, you can only conduct an autopsy in order to be able to establish what? I call it cause of that. We are not interested in the cause of that now because you said they got drowned. We are interested because you want to actually bring this particular.
Okay, the reason why I played that because it's what he said. That what prompted my conversation. I didn't say the government said that they were conducting autopsy. He claimed that the government had requested for an autopsy and he rejected that. Why are they conducting autopsy? Before other people came on this program. I just wanted to get that very clear. I didn't say the government. I said some guy said, and he rejected it. He said the government asked for it. But let's come to the exigency of the subject matter of the president conversation today. Like I said, it's a lost memory. No way the president of a country will call for an investigation into a subject matter without consultation wherein his director of police and his minister of justice have concluded on the subject matter, and assuming that the president was publicly rebuking his police director, Gregory Como, then what Gregory Como is there for? That incompetence. Assume the incompetence. That one will say Gregory Como should resign, then people want to argue. Because if your boss that appointed you will contradict you and you close on the case and say there's nothing criminal about it, you even try to evoke a provision of the law that you claim, let me repeat, that he claimed, that 7 years they cannot look into this subject matter. But the reason why from the onset I said, and I consistently said, I welcome the president's quest, because the president has said they were going to leave no stone unturned. He didn't only talk about the 3 quote-unquote missing persons. When people say, why we're speaking because you accuse our president of taking people's parts. Get this. Yes, Unity Party accused them. Oh, yeah, we're speaking because Samuka was just on the show not too long. He said there were officials of the past administration higher up that were involved into the killing. He on record again on the show tonight. And you say we're talking CDC and Unity Party? No. We are rebutting flimsy, unwarranted, unprovoked, non-prima facie conversation tonight. That's what we are saying. The president of the Republic of Liberia, if he's concerned, Queen Johnson was invited by the police. The police on public record for declaring her a person of interest. They arrested her and they said she ran away. She's still on the run. Yet she was under President Baker's feet the last time in the pictorial evidence. Somebody that is on the run working at the free port of Monrovia. Yes, we welcome the investigation because Joshua bled to blood. And tonight I'm going to put it on my page. He was flogged, he was wounded by partisans of the Unity Party, and he died. Yes, Tama died during the election. The police claim on the breakout that they investigated or they tried to close it the same way also on the CDC. When they opened that case too, somebody was gruesomely murdered in his home. He escaped mob action and ran in his home. They beat the body. That is not about CDC or Unity Party. Someone died. People were killed. The $16 billion. $5 million of the $16 billion was approved under President Boyka's resolution when I was in the legislature. $10 billion of that money was approved by a resolution of the board and governors of the CBL under President Boyka. Oh yes, if President Boyka want to go after early appointed officials who were at the CBL, the report says that they printed extra $2 billion. Such money was not approved under the Weah-led administration. 90% of the money was brought into the country under the Boyka-led administration. The 2017 campaign, President Boyka, Emmanuel Nuku, and the rest of the people are being accused of using millions of dollars, including Aaron Costa, accused of using the Liberian dollar to the extent what Nuku is on public record to say, oh, I can pick the money from the tree. We saw where the Liberian dollars came from. Yes, there were barrage of allegations against our administration. So you say we'll sit here and add a bubble when you cannot prove these allegations, when you are being compared and pushed by elements within the State Department and other areas in Washington, D.C. that you are falling shut off. We are on this show to ensure, like the University of Liberia students will say, and other people. And I love that adage. I love that cliche. We will erect the checkpoints where necessary. We're not kind of afford our hand here and don't show the necessary blows back. President Boyka today, I can tell you for sure, I want him to open all the investigation. If President Boyka is serious, he will arrest all former governors under Ellen Johnson administration who carved that resolution. Then he will begin to arrest lawmakers that were accused by the Chronicle newspaper, including a vice president, to have known about the printing of the $16 billion. Yes, it was a claim that he went to China with some of that money. Oh yes, there were claims from the past administration. This is a Pandora box. We want this Pandora box to be
And
closed.
we will continue on this
And
story
the way that the
tomorrow,
Pandora
Honorable
box
Greg.
can be closed is for President Boyka to ensure and press on his justice minister, his police director, investigate everyone. Don't leave no stone unturned, as he said. Don't be selective.
Thank
That's
you
what we
very
are saying.
much.
And I was
Thank you
CDC
very
or
much.
Unity Party. There's about presenting the facts.
Honorable Greg, thank you
That's
very
why you
much.
can't bring your lie on people. Then
Honorable
you say it's not
Greg, we
political, but
have
Unity
to move
Party
on
using to lie
again.
on people.
Honorable
Yes,
Greg,
some
thank
people
you.
were used by Unity Party
Honorable
to
Greg,
lie.
Honorable Greg, your time is up. Thank you very much, sir. It's
Thank you
always
very
good having
much.
you. You are quite
And
welcome,
good night.
Honorable Greg. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Yeah, my good people, you're good night.
Yes, sir.
That
Thank you very
political
much.
case that we're addressing politically.
The Honorable Moses Akaris Greg,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you, please.
Thank you very much, Stanton. It's always good to be on Spoon. You know, the protest for the bikers in my closing was peaceful and they seemed very organized. And I want to thank the leadership of the protesters, the organizers, and the leadership of the police. But I think the protest was unnecessary. And such unnecessary protests have the tendency to derail our economic progress as a country. Why it is the rights of every Liberian to freely assemble and express willfully, sometimes you have to actually take into consideration some of the things you are assembling about and that you are expressing, because it sometimes has the tendency to derail the growth and progress of our economic development. You know, the American Embassy petition was just symbolic. It will have no further bearings on moving anything of the protest forward or whatsoever. There are laws in our country, and those laws are enforced by the police. The police have the rights based on security information or based on established policy to say there are certain category of vehicles will not plow certain areas of the country. Except we are saying that we don't need a police to enforce these laws and we enforce it ourselves, then we become a lawless country. So I actually think why there's a lot of economic implications for us having motorcycles to facilitate the movements of Liberians around the country. I do not think Tottenham Boulevard is the only street in the country that motorcyclists have to plow before they gain economic benefits to feed their family. I empathize with them and I understand the challenges that are posed in a country with limited employment, but it's also good that we keep law and orders in our country. The reopening of the case by the president, of course, the president of Liberia has the right to reopen anything at any time. I just think it was a little too simple for him because such case should be reopened by the Solicitor General of the Republic, which is the Minister of Justice. And I don't see why people are trying to throw this thing back at Greg. Greg is the police director, does investigations, submits report to the Ministry of Justice. So this thing should be on the head of the Justice Minister, not the police director. You start putting Greg into every little thing. You know, it make you look like you are witch hunting him. And the issue of bringing the fire service.
Stop protecting Greg in every little thing and make you look like a consultant for Liberia National Police.
Well,
so let's have that conversation.
If you drag Greg into every little thing,
he is on the tape speaking. He is on the clip speaking. So we have to address him because he was on the recording and he is on the recording.
But if you know better,
every day, but you know better, protecting him 24/7.
If you know better, you will know that Greg has limitation when the case is closed and sent over to the Justice Minister.
If you know better, you will have advised him not to present himself on the recording.
I'm not advising Greg. So
you are. That's why you're saying this.
I wish I were advising him, but I'm not. But let me
proceed,
finish.
sir. Proceed, brother.
Let me finish my point.
Proceed, brother.
And the gentleman, my good old friend Samuel Jackson, talked about the bringing of 3 fire service people. I think we exhausted that case yesterday. He was definitely absent, so he tried to discredit the professional integrity of those fire service people. I just think he was being disingenuous for doing that. Those people have come to sacrifice to help us to find out what happened to our Capitol building. So I wouldn't really be a part of anybody trying to, humble, condescending statement at them, because they could choose not to be in Liberia. If we had not gotten our own problem to start acting like young, small children and breaking things out, these people would not come there to try to do anything. So I thought it was a good show, and we're looking forward to, more argument tomorrow. Thank you, Stanton. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll argue. You must say we'll argue all the time. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mami. Mami, talk to us.
Thank you, Stanton. Good show on this topic with the 3 missing boys. I just re-listened to the president's statement and going after the case and listening to Greg's report. This is what I took from there. The police report under President Weah administration said they rule out murder. But not the police report, but the report you shared, Stanton, with the recommendations. I don't know how to classify that report, but the report Carrot asked you to put up.
That's a report from the George Manuel Weah government.
Okay. Yeah. That report ruled out murder and said it could not rule out the possibility of the people dying because of the Kino capsule. That report recommended prosecution for lying. It said they should prosecute Simose for lying, not because he allegedly killed the boys. I wanted to make that clear. That same report is similar to what Greg said. That in the case of this person they identified, they rule out Kino and murder and feel that it was a natural cause. But there are 3 children that died. 3. If the police resolve on 1, it doesn't mean the case is over. And it doesn't make the president wrong to say we investigate. 3 died. Except we agree that because 3 children died and it resolved 1, so the rest of the 2, we should just ignore it. In the president's statement, he said the missing boys case, will investigate it and know the truth. How come we reach the point in our narrative that he is condemning his Justice Department, that he is condemning his police? How did we reach that conclusion? There are 2 children still remaining to be identified. Unresolved, their family members are still asking, what happened to our children? And the president said we'll investigate. And asking the Justice Department to investigate. How does that statement equate to the police director being incompetent or his justice minister being incompetent? If you say that statement of the president means the police director is incompetent, then it means you agree that because 1 person was identified, it means the rest of the other 2 cases will throw it under the bridge. But no, we cannot. The 2 children life as important as the other 1 person. So the president was right when he said we will investigate because 2 other persons have not been identified. We will say here every time that's what spoon is good for. I will close soon today. Missing billion or whatever the number is, nobody lie on George Weah government. George Weah government released a statement about the money. George Weah government indicted and took to court the governor, the deputy governor, Charles Salif, and 1 other senior director regarding this money. Took them to court and later freed them.
Before you take somebody to court, you must have evidence. There must be an indictment. So George Weah government took central bank, deputy central bank governor to court regarding this money. They put a circular and said nobody should leave from the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Information. Nobody lied on you. Except you say you lie on yourself because you indicted them. You released the statement from your information minister and your justice minister. President Bouaka is only saying we'll investigate and go further. Since you're the one that indicted them, you're the one that freed them from the court because you drop the charge against Charles Ellie, you drop it against Milton Weeks, you drop it against the other guy. The president is saying they will investigate. My opinion, like I said before, I don't see the strength in the president's commitment to investigate these things. That's my opinion. He has said it, we've listened to it, but nobody can spin it to exonerate themselves. However, I do not believe this is a real strong statement to bring an end to impunity by the president. I think it's motivated more by creating the same hype. Getting into the new year, he wants to build momentum around his anti-corruption agenda. I don't think it's really rooted in commitment to bring an end to impunity. But yes, it is true. 3 missing boys got missing. 1 was identified, 2 remain missing. And the president is saying we'll investigate. Yes, 16 billion case, it is the CDC government who announced it. It is the CDC government who indicted people and took them to court and later freed them. Thank you, Stanton.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mohamed. I'm going to bring in Connor Ed Reverend Gray. We're going to go to Asido, and Tamba will take us home. Connor Gray.
Thank you, Stanton. I came late, but I enjoyed that.
Where you going? Can you be patient? And you close that, Richardson? Oh, I'm sorry. Your voice ringing in my mind. That Connor Gray finish, and you come in, please.
All right. So Stanton, you know, I came in late, but at least the portion that I joined the show on was that segment. Those segments were extremely interesting. But let me say this. Men by nature were rebellious. You have to almost compel us to comply in order for society to be lawfully peaceful. Nobody will comply with a set of law unless there are consequences in their mind before they'll do that. I think our police are under-equipped, they're underfunded. Matter of fact, they should take the baton from their hands and give them taser, give them pepper spray, and if possible, stun guns. Look, to make society lawful, you got to take some of that absolute freedom for men and give them fundamental freedom. Otherwise, everybody will take the law in their hands. So I think what the police is going through, it seems as though they're isolated, and it's for our own good because they're there minding the peace. They're peace officers. If you abide by what is required, nobody else will have to come on you. And when it comes to the issue of motorbikers, look, Liberia society, our economy was one of the best when you could barely find one single bicycle plying the street. That was then. To come now and say, oh, the bikers are part of our economy, you can do this, you can show the poor driving, riding the bikes everywhere in any kind of manner, and if they run into people and those people lose their lives and then they come, the gang, that's you know, in this country they have gangs that are motorcycle or motorcyclists. They have them in this country. So to behave that way when one person dies because they did not follow me. Look, my recommendation for this year, maybe we should build an extra bike lane that would be plied by only them. But to say that if you don't allow us in the street, it's all part of that, that savage way of thinking. Like if you don't allow us to ride our bike, we'll do this, we'll do that. Look, there were no bike in Liberia. We survived as a country. People used to come to our country to get their livelihood. We can still instill that law, equip the police, and things will go well. But the idea that if the bikers are there, our economy will crash, I contest against that. It's not true. But let's go to this issue of the missing men. I like to call them men. I'm glad the president reopened the case because let people have that feeling that this president, look, before going there, let me say President Boykai has no control over what Mr. Weir and his government should have prosecuted. Nobody was going to dictate to them, say, prosecute this, don't prosecute this. They had that autonomy. They had a forthright ability to just look at an issue, and they had enough to go back and investigate those issues. President Barker is running his government. He chooses to go after certain issue. Hey, he has control over that. And I think it should go because that will start ending this idea that when don't prosecute me, when my government get there, I won't prosecute you. That's the perpetuation of the same lawlessness, impunity we're talking about. And I think in as much as President Boyka, I agree with Mami, maybe may not have that fortitude to go after some of these things. Maybe the will does not exist. But I welcome anything that goes after, impunity. And we can end that by, just by having that goodwill to start. And I kudos to President Barkai. And I think Mr. Buster will have to buckle up because he's languishing. He's not doing what a robust police officer is supposed to do. I think he's a showcaser, which is all right. But if you're talking about real prosecution of crime, they don't have the capacity. So if I were him, I would just leave one legacy with the police department by establishing a very good, I lost my train anyway. But I was going to say, let him come up with a forensic lab that will help to solve cases. Even the fire at the Capitol could have been solved if you had a forensic lab. And there are lots of institutions around that will build you state-of-the-art investigative lab that you can solve any case. We don't have that. So they're only guessing. Well, thank you, sir.
Colonel Ed Remigre, thank you very much.
Greg is a police consultant.
No, he's not. Greg cannot be because you say Gregory Buster is a showcaser. Once you say he's a showcaser, he cannot be a police consultant.
Buster is a showcaser.
Dr. Francine, please close.
I like that word you use.
Showcase, all right.
Stanton, are you hearing that background noise?
The man of Butcher, what would say Butcher?
Is it me?
Yeah, that's Richardson.
Yes. It was a great show. I appreciate all of my colleagues on the show tonight. It's quite a lot to spend 3-4 hours, just talking about Liberia, but this is a testimony of how much you care and love Liberia. As it relates to the bikers, I believe that it's time that all of the stakeholders get together, the Justice Ministry, the police department, and all of those involved in coming to the table to discuss the conflict that is at hand. It is about time that they engage in conflict resolution that will address the problem, the economic problem that exists in our country. How are those young men and women going to feed their family if they are not allowed to make money from biking? Reportedly, the argument is that they need to plow the streets of Monrovia in order to make money to recuperate how much they bought the bike for. and also how much they pay for registration fee. And if they are only allowed to go into certain areas, they are reporting that they cannot make money that way. So that issue needs to be addressed. Some of my colleagues concluded today that perhaps if we engage in training with them, if we sort of show them alternative routes that they can use to get into the city, perhaps that will also help in bringing money to the table for them. Somebody said, and I wonder about that idea. I did think about it today about maybe building a bike lane. We just built ELW Road, and that could have been something that we could have considered. Okay, or maybe in the future, part of the negotiation points could be they will build a lane that will include them. We also need to address the safety and the rule of law. Many people complain here today that sometimes when you have an accident, you better be lucky that you don't get surrounded by bikers. And that is a rule of law issue. In no sophisticated developed country that you go to, you'll find that, people have accident and 10,000 people come around you in the accident, preventing sometimes the police from coming to investigate the situation. So we'll have to look at that. The story about the 3 missing boys, I'm sorry, my heart goes out to the family, and I empathize with them. But there was a lot of things that were said today that weren't adding up to me from a scientific point of view. Okay. One would be the identification of a body, what it looks like, with the doctor coming in and the family member talking. So I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty about this, because this is still probably painful for the family members. But what I want to suggest is that I believe that the president made a premature statement today. I do not believe that he should have talked about the 3 missing boys investigation until learning all of the things that we learned today, okay, about how we don't have the sophistication to do this kind of investigation. We don't have the tools in Liberia to do this kind of forensic homicidal investigation. We just done that. I mean, this case today, like many other cases, are exposing the limitation of our Justice Department. So I think he should have, focus on other things. Today, your first cabinet minister, I really wanted him to focus on how are we going to make up for the money that is being taken away from us by the United States, by USAID, the whole geopolitics of the world right now. I wanted him to focus on agriculture, tourism, those things that can bring money for our country, give our people a sense of hope. I want him to focus on today's issue. Today, there was a protest that went on in the country where motorcyclists went to, the American government, and they went to the United Nations. Talk about that, okay? Come out like we're working to give your people some hope. Don't just go to past things that we're already seemingly dealt with in our country. So, in closing, I know that the president will do better. I know that you can open court cases. So maybe that's what he's doing right now. But I really, really would have loved for him to have focused on moving forward with our country. How do we make Liberia better at this point financially? Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. It's always good having you. Isaac Doe.
Yes, thank you. I like the dictator. He said something. I want to start on it. He said, you can put $100 in the oil, it still remains $100. It doesn't change. You can come on this show and cause noise whole day, Adler, you saying making sense when, of course, what you're saying don't make sense. And when people bring things as political, we address them, we respond to them in the same manner in which you brought it. And like we've always said, you can lie to win an election. You can't continue to lie to govern. That's why we are here now, to play the checkpoint. I will read this quickly. This is a front page Africa article published June 9, 2020. And it talked about the reason why the central bank governors were arrested and sent to court. Mame came here and lied, thinking that the same lie they told they will continue on it. That Had nothing
So
to
Isaac, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna control ourselves as fellow panelists and respect each other. You can have disagreement with what Mama say, and you can speak to it in a very, very, very unique way. We are not attacking each other on the show. Please.
I said he lied. Lie now becomes attack now, Santo.
No, I'm just trying to correct you. We are not attacking each other on the show.
That's the thing. The other man
no. Mama make a statement.
Right,
He didn't lie.
He lied.
He didn't lie. He believed what he said. He make a statement.
I said he lied. I believe he lied.
Oh, I said you say your own, but do not attack him. He didn't attack you. He didn't say you lie. I said stop this, please. Just do your own
I am doing my own. My own say he lied.
I got to address you all the time because you are not attacking personality.
That's what you always do.
Exactly. I do not want you to attack personality.
My own say he lied.
I said we are not attacking each other, please. Say what you want to say and do not attack me or anybody on the show. The man said when he believed in what he said. You don't have to say he lied.
And he believes.
No, you don't have to say he lied. Just go.
I should say he lied. I should say he thought you.
Yeah. Don't say he lied back. Come on, man.
Stop up. You yourself something.
No, just have a clean show.
So let me go ahead and start on. So the brother came here with misstatement and things that are
is even better. Misstatement is even better.
According to the indictment of Stanton, please let me end now.
Misstatement is even better.
No, but Stanton, you can't tell me what to say. I say he lied, you say he said true. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe
misstatement is better,
but again, according to the indictment, at the material time that was in 2017, either out of mischief or deception, the defendants allegedly ordered and they ordered the discussion or
only Isaac don't know why he's reading. He didn't send it to me to put it up. So maybe he's making up his own report. It's on his phone. He didn't send it to me. Because here's the issue, right? If you send it to me, I will put it up and it will be correct. You get what I'm saying, Brother? They make it right. I want you to read it and put it on
your
page.
You always try to disrupt me. I send it to you. Please put it up. Sandon, I send it to you. Please put it up. Sandon, I send it to you. There, yeah. Please put it up.
Okay.
Let him man close. Let him man close.
Continue talking. I'll put it up.
Yeah,
let me go ahead. The governors that were sent to court by the CC government was not because 16 billion was missing. The government accused them of overusing their authority by going into contract to order money. It was not because money was missing. So yes, that was a lie from the Unity Party, and they think they will continue to lie to government. Nobody sent no governor to court because money missing. That was a lie. I will continue to stress on that. The records are there. They sent it to court because they said they went into contract without going to the legislature, and that was usage of more of their power, the power that they didn't have. So that was a lie. Let me continue. The three missing boys, my people. The United Party brother Samuka came here with being talking his political things that we sit by and they're lying to go. That was a good thing. I exposed him for the people to know that he is a United Party partisan. And instead of coming to be sympathetic of what happened, he wanted to be political. And even lying right on the show. I posted in the chat room his statement he made at the onset. When Akaros Great challenged him, that he said the government wanted autopsy and he, as a person and the family, refused it. I posted in the chat room. Stanton, when I play that one, when I say he said no, I shouldn't talk in the chat room.
But what were you, Akaros Great, play on the show? How many times you want me to play?
That's when I was coming. Thank you for playing.
I can't help you, man.
Again, no, you always owe me. Again, Stanton, this is the thing. I was in the government. When that whole issue happened, the government did everything to prove to people what they were doing. Autopsy, team, the brother say, oh no, they buy enough for us, so we're seeing for us. Let's establish DNA Benekim. Oh no, we want DNA. What do you want? What do you want? Now you come on here with your United Party politics, you talk about intellectual thing. They started looking at laughing. No, we are sympathetic to the issue. Nobody deserves to die the way those people, whatever means. Now, let's be fair on the issue. The CDC government report said they rule out murder, but they cannot rule out death by canoe campsite. United Party Rescue Government under President Boakai ruled out murder and confirmed death by canoe campsite. But today the president went and told Gregory Kumar right in the face that you are incompetent to be IG. He told him right in your face. You came and told all you closed this case, but no, I'm reordering the case to be reopened. Right in your eyes. And they were clapping. The justice minister, hey, Pezzo, you were right there. And somebody not confused? It is the president that appointed the IG based on your competence. And the same IG came and said, we did the case, it closed, it finished. They say, the president said, no, my man, you know nothing. So we will do it again. But they were clapping. Somebody came in and said, no, the president didn't do it. And I will close on the issue of the bikes. You know, I'm a young man. I was in the youth, so I dealt with most of those people. We always made mention on Rwanda. In Rwanda, people ride bikes on the road, on the streets. The government started saying, you register your bikes. The children went and pay money. They came and said, get
something pay your bag, I say.
Not.
You got TV on?
No,
please. Thank you.
So
I'll do
they
everything
say,
to interrupt you.
They got here. This no, listen. Hey, you see how the ball let me to do a UB. He let me. I will jump over the bike because everybody talk about it, and I think I was right. What I want to end on is the issue of the fire service, the fire incident. People, I want you to please go and listen to the so-called fire expert that the government sent for after concluding. Let me quote what he said. He said, no one in Liberia has the capability, the knowledge, and the tool to determine conclusively, like we did, what caused the fire. But today, Gregory Como say fire was awesome. I want you to go back and listen to what he said. He said, no one in Liberia, no one, the 5.5 million people, no one got the capability and tool to determine conclusively the cause for the fire. That's what he said. Now, the so-called people that Gregory Como brought. But Gregory Como already told us about months ago what caused the fire. So the man didn't know that Gregory Como had the capability and the tool, and now he's telling us this, my people. These guys are not
doing. How long has it do, Governor?
As long as Standard keep doing me.
Yeah, Standard, how long has it do, Governor? Because
you know what? We keep putting whole United Party things. That's why again. That's you see they got in here. They got in let me.
I voted for CDC. I'm not United Party man.
No, not you. Now you see me, my man, you want me to. But these are reality, Paul. Let's be fair. People are going through court issues. They torture people. They said they were responsible for arson, but then they make him and say, nobody got the capability to determine. So what did you guys determine? Power for our country.
Thank you. Thank you, Asido. We're going to bring Tama. Tama, listen, Tama, it's good to have you, man. Thank you for your contribution on the show. You're the last person standing. Talk to us.
And I'm literally standing, Stanton. Thank you. I had to change position. So I'll send you a picture of this desk. Very nice. I want to thank everyone, of course, my fellow panelists. It's been a great show.
You sent me a picture to do what with the desk, just to see the picture?
So you'll see the technology in it. Maybe you can get it for some of our schools in Liberia, my man. I know your capability. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are 4 points that I'm going to go through based on when I came on the show, the protest, the president cabinet meeting today, and then the 3 boys who died or who got missing, and one has been found dead, and a little bit about NOAL. But let me just start by making a premise here. Liberia, when it's election season, it's completely different when you win the presidency and you take over as a government. Governance is different. And I just want to say this for my colleague on both sides, the CDCians, the UPists,
And when all parties come on here to represent, or fight for their party to try to spin and make a position. Election is different from governance. Liberia as a country is facing challenges, Stanton. It is not today. This is, some of us were children when we started to remember things, we started to create memories. I remember standing in West Point. That's where I grew up, by the way. When the coup d'etat happened, as a boy, we all ran in the street, jubilating. We're happy for the school. And then years later, we became men. We experienced a civil war. Paul can relate to that. We were young boys, forced to be recruited to fight. Some of us were just fortunate we got out. So the problem of Liberia is not today. So when I see protests happening, when I see motorcyclists reacting, this is a generation that were lost through the war. And now they are trying to make ends meet. We haven't addressed the elephant in the room question. What are we doing to expand the economic base of this country? What are we doing to create opportunities for young people so that college graduates can end up riding motorcycles? What are we doing? And that's the bigger question that we need to consider as a people, as a government. We are struggling. Every government has struggled with this old age issue. How do you expand the economic base? Where do you start? Do you start with electricity? Do you start with roads? Do you start with healthcare? That's the issue. If that is addressed, then you won't have motorcyclists fighting with the police to try to get in the street, to try to ride on certain streets or certain parts of Monrovia, because the economic base will have been bigger. People will be doing better things. We'll be teaching classes there, We'll be doing other things. These professionals who are sitting around here on the show, that's what we should consider. I recommend dialogue between the police and the motorcyclists. They are human beings, so that we can find a way forward. Okay, more training, more education, more awareness. There's a rule of law problem there as well. The second thing is Liberia is addressing everything piecemeal when it comes to development. The president has taken some bold steps. He's making effort to show leadership. I've seen suspension at NOAL. I'm glad you brought it up, Stanton, and other places. That's an effort of a leader who's trying to show the nation that he's ready to lead and he wants to make a difference. Now, the people around him, the presidency, Joshua experienced it. Other presidents experienced it. That bubble around the president. I saw him when he came here in New York. He sat on our podium more than 2 hours. No one gave him water to drink. The president of Liberia. And he's in front of them. They are behind him, pushing him. I'm like, do they really care about him? Or do they just care to maintain the authority and the access they have now, cut deals for themselves? That's where the problem lies. So if there are people around the presidency who are lying to him, who are misleading him, and there are young people there, our generation, some younger than us, the president need to act. Someone need to call the president and say, Mr. President, you need to act. Make a change. Make some statement. The suspensions are great, but when do you hold someone accountable? When do you terminate someone? Here we say termination. When do you separate them? You fire them and you prosecute them. And these are some of the actions the president need to take. And then finally, all those boys who got missing and the one who they found, my condolences go out to the family. I've experienced loss. I've shared that earlier. But the family should try to find closure. If there's new evidence, you can open a case. I don't care what the arguments are. But if there's new evidence, then let the government move quickly. Let them hold who they need to hold accountable. Let them do the investigation and report back to the public. Let's know what the government is doing. This family have suffered for so long. Or these families, there's no closure. We need to pray for them so they can find closure. If at all the evidence is not leading to arrest or to a suspect, then maybe it's time to take this a civil route. Maybe the family can sue for civil damages. The Moses person can be held accountable because these children were under his care and he has some accountability there. You should find closure and move this country forward. There's too much division. There's too much politicking. There's too much everyone trying to prove a point, Stanton. Instead of thinking, what can we do as Liberians? What recommendation can we put forward? What solutions? This government should come up with a holistic approach for Liberia. I've seen a big document, I'm reading through it. And we haven't lacked vision, like Vision 2030, that Ellen did during her time. The Georgia government did, a beautiful document as well. We haven't lacked writing capacity. But what we're lacking is implementation. We come with all these visions, we write, we put big documents together. When you put someone in front and go build the roads of Lofa County, the first thing they want to cut for themselves. You say someone to Bapulu, go start a farm and hire 250 young people. They want to get cuts from that salary. That's why we are lacking, Stanton. And that's the only way Liberia can change. I want to thank you again for the time and for the show. It's a pleasure to be on here. Thank you.
I want to say thanks to every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it was nice having you on the Spoon Talk Monday, the 3rd of March. We appreciate you. Don't forget, we announced this. The lawyer representing Senator J. Emmanuel Nukwe will be on the show tomorrow to talk about why Emmanuel Nukwe case was dismissed, the case, his visa restriction case. We're also going to be talking about so many things here tomorrow. I'm sharing some information with Mambe. There was a breach in River G. During the election year for Kennedy, I'm receiving all these different documents that the Georgia government gave $1.6 million to repair the breach under the roof, Collins, I think that's her name, right, Mambe? Under when she was public work minister, and you still have this Josita Winter serving as serving as how you call the road fund director. $1.6 million. The money were given to them. There was nothing done. And the company the money were given to, we have investigated. I just shared 74 pieces of document with Mambe. This is concerning. If you want any document in the country about money moving here and there and corruption from the past to the present, please call me and I will share it with you. Please. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. Our country is at a place that if we do not fight, we will never enjoy, and our children will never enjoy our country. We got to fight with everything we have in us for a better tomorrow. We know people threaten us. People will say the worst about us. They will criticize us. They will lie on us. They will insult us, our family, but it's okay. It's okay. I used to it, folks. We're just trying to do that which is right for Liberia. Look at President Baka today. He's tired. He was scratching his bald head. He's tired.
He's disappointed. He's tired and he's disappointed.
He's frustrated. And I will take your word, he is disappointed. Because when you have people in the government and everything they will ever think about to do shortcut, it's frustrating. It is. Look at LTA. The president called for the audit report. Abdullah Kamara took the people almost $3 million, 80, and he using the president's name as a cover up. You heard Joseph Yima Barker what he said. We are not wish hunting, but we are coming after you. I can say to the nation tonight, those of you that still listen to us, I believe the president when he said we're coming after you. And we will push him to do so. People around him may not like it. People around him may feel somehow, but we will push the president to do so. It's the best thing to do. Our country is bleeding. We remember the first family. We remember the second family. We wish the first lady well. And we want to say to all of you in passing, may God save our state. May God bless Jeremiah Kuhn as he traveled to the United States to host a program, a meeting, a conference in Washington, D.C. this week. And Jeremiah Kuhn will be in the Philadelphia area this weekend. The vice president, you can come over. I'm giving a free announcement for EULA. And you can come and meet and greet him likewise. And we will be involved with different kind of meeting with the vice president. Again,
Have a peaceful, restful, blissful night. Thank you, folks. Good night.
Thank you, Stanton.
Yeah. Nelson, can you come
Good
on?
night. Let me drink my smoothie.
Good night, Buster friend. Gregor, come on, friend. Good night.
I enjoy my smoothie now, my man. I get time. I can see you.
I know you can. Enjoy it. Asido, are you home now? Or you not home? Nancy, I know you gotta do your show. I didn't ask question in passing. In passing, I asked my question. Asido, you home or you stay at work? That's what I meant. I got a story on acid though, folks. Come back tomorrow. It might come from Liberia. It's a different acid though. But I'll tell you that story tomorrow. Acid though, you home? The Megan told Nelson.
Amazing. No comment. No comment.
Nelson, the man kept quiet. My question better go in secret. You know what I'm saying? Nelson Kola, I know the process, right? You're not going to try me, Nelson. You are not going to try me. I got everybody watching you, Nelson, but you did extremely well today. I appreciate you, Damo, and Chodo Play, every one of you. I know you guys will be at the Liberia National Police Station tomorrow to cover the investigation of the fire reporters. Again, I want to say thank you very much, Nelson. You guys continue to make the network cry. Please charge your phone, charge your power bank, charge everything, and give us nothing but the best. And tomorrow there will be a session also, right? So I don't know how you guys will manage, but make it happen. Thank you very much. The first lady, the second lady, the president, the vice president, the ministers, the director, may God save the people of Liberia from this trouble. Have a good night, Nelson.
Yes, sir. You too. Well, we want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been a great show. Thanks to all of you who have been watching the program, the many of you who share the show. We appreciate all of you who have just been listening via the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, maybe Fabric 101.1, or Super FM. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country as well for relaying this edition of the program, making sure that Liberians across the country can get information in real time. Thanks to all of you across the world joining us on our different social media handles. We appreciate you as well. Till we come your way, have a good night. My name is Nelson Collier, and coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us. Have a good night, and bye-bye for now.
On the beach. So get your information. Spoon,